enemy navigating this basement, mostly in the dark. There he is, using that candle. I watched a couple of the tutorials to get ready for this this race, and I recall the Robo Warrior tutorial actually being pretty short and sweet. Just enough to get you through the big 20. Oh, blowing himself up a little bit here. Ooh, close call there for Infinite Mystery. Navigating this tricky junkyard stage almost to the end here.
Oh, there he goes. And okay.
Now just don't hug the Elmira.
Yeah, I just gotta stay away from Elmira.
Jumping up to this platform is pretty weird.
It's actually tricky, yeah.
By the time you see it, you've already missed your...
Yeah, you basically
your
missed your
window.
opportunity. Yep. Okay, there we go. Zoom that one. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeah, you don't see the chicken until someone points it out, and after
Yeah.
that, you will never unsee the chicken.
Yep. There he goes. He's through that stage.
Enemies through level 2. Infinite Mysteries onto this vertical stage here.
Oh boy. Yep. Yeah, Fiesel's still here somewhere. I'm probably going to be tapping out in the next half hour or so here.
Yeah, that's... We won't... we don't have to listen to bad breaks.
Yeah. So. You see, alright. Infinite Mystery doing pretty well on this stage. Yep, there we go. Almost right at the end. Or is that a bonus stage? No. Okay.
Antron Bomb has made his way through Jump Cave.
Yep.
On his way to Bagoo. Getting the swamp 1-up.
Getting the 1-up, yep. One of the things about Tiny Toons is that the hitboxes are sometimes a little strange, where you'll think you jump down the enemy okay, and then you just die for no reason.
Yeah, your hitbox is pretty... Your sprite is pretty big, so...
Yeah.
When two big sprites kind of collide, it can be a little unclear.
Alright, there he goes. I am back at the end here.
Oh, that one's yellow. I can't tell if that makes it look more or less like a chicken, because instead of the red of the chicken,
We're talking
it
about
looks
this.
like
I gotta take a look at this then.
it looks like the yellow of an egg. So it still evokes a
Oh
chicken
yeah! Wow. Okay. Yeah.
poultry vibe.
Yes.
It's Rantron's been to Bagu, and he's got 222 on his level ups. And no, we do not know why Rantron has chosen to reset when he has yet.
Right. Yeah. There he goes. Getting a life spell. Okay.
Enemy back to start a little bit here on Robo Warrior. Just a little bit back to the very start. Just a little bit.
All right. Did he forget something, or did he just die?
I think he died.
Lives continues, whatever. Okay.
Pretty quickly after his reset, takes another nap. Infinite Mystery landing square in the middle of a pit. Not sure what that was about. Oh, he looks like he's killing himself here. I think he got hit and lost his heart, and he wanted to keep that. So he's just gonna game over, start again.
We have a Rantron bomb here making its way through this cave. That's your option to cancel that level up. So Death Mountain in Zelda 2 has a number of caves that we never visit in the speedrun. And I think they're either just alternate paths or, you know, just dead ends that don't really lead anywhere. They might have tea bags or whatnot in them. It is meant to be kind of a maze. But this, you know, theoretically, if you're entering one of these, this type of an event, you're going to know which way to go.
Yeah, I think there's actually a handy way to remember, and it's just always go right.
Essentially, yeah. And when you can, I think in a cave, always take like the bottom path and go down to the right. Just like that. Oop, nope, that's not how you fight that guy.
Yeah, you can't just crouch.
Nope.
I mean, you can do some crouch stabs, but you want to have some speed moving towards him.
Yeah,
So
you gotta kind of, you gotta sneak in sort of between his blows there, yeah. You can't just crouch straight down.
The key to fighting pretty much everything in this game is to come at it with speed and just do these repeated attacks where you'll kind of bounce off of each other and then you try to close that gap again.
Yep. Absolutely.
You can actually manipulate several enemies in this game by letting off the D-pad. They kind of cheat and read your D-pad input.
Yep. That's
so
right.
if you're holding right to walk against them, they'll just keep backing up to the right. So you can jump and let off the D-pad and let your momentum carry you, and they stop copying your D-pad input and stand still. Lets you close in on them a little bit. The combat overall in this game is actually pretty deep.
It's pretty intense.
There is 100% and 100% all keys and a couple different variations, but still, none of those things include the reasons to go to the other caves in Death Mountain.
Yeah, there's not really 100% caves or anything like that.
So Rantron died there, did not reset. Oh, he's looking for this P bag. Okay. No, he's... What's up? Alright, he's gonna grab it and move on.
Uh-oh, I think we just gave Bad Breaks an idea for a Zelda 2 category.
As if Zelda 2 didn't have enough categories.
Right.
You can go ahead and go to the speedrun.com page for Zelda 2 and unclick the hide miscellaneous categories. I think there's like at least 14.
Gonna go take a look at this now. Well, I like how there's 10 categories, even if I don't show miscellaneous categories.
Yep.
That's strong. Okay, and then yeah, there's another 4 miscellaneous categories.
Why are they P bags? What does the P stand for?
No, I'm not sure.
Most people say point bags.
Yeah, point is probably the.
Some people say pickles.
Maybe power. I don't know.
The power bag sounds like another failed Nintendo app. Oh boy, my vocabulary is leaving me.
Appa? Is that even a
App.
Yeah.
App. It's like an add-on,
right?
like the Power Glove app.
It's so bad.
Appendage.
Appendage, yes.
No, that's not quite right. Apparatus? No, maybe that's not it either.
Appendix? I don't. Yeah. Invention? Is that?
Peripheral. That's the one. It had nothing to do with app.
Not quite.
But thank you so much for giving me that word, Chad. Peripheral. Yes. The power bag. It's a failed Nintendo peripheral. Jokes are funny when you have to search for a word for a minute.
Yeah, I wasn't even, like, it took me a while to even make the connection, like, what the joke you were trying to make even was. Like, I thought you were actually talking about what Nintendo of America decided the P on the P bag stood for. So, yeah.
Seventh Dragon Ball. Yeah, this is the group that mostly didn't practice.
Mostly didn't practice or decided to go, do work for several hours in the middle of the race.
Yep. Rantron did that and came back. And he probably would have been well into Rygar by now, but he's chosen to reset on Zelda 2 in a couple reasons.
Yeah,
Where you really didn't have
Reasons
to.
I don't quite understand, actually.
Infinite Mystery fighting this gorilla boss.
Yeah, he's figured out what to do. There we go. Oh no! Infinite Mystery, why?
Oh,
As we mentioned, tie does not go to the runner.
yeah.
Oh boy. Excuse me. I'm we have
That's MTI.
yep,
I'm Mythical
yeah,
9.
mythical, and Fiesel is still behind the scenes, twiddling knobs and pulling levers somewhere.
Or asleep in a chair, I'm not sure.
That's possible. I think 12-hour commentary is best. I don't know about that.
Dreaming of corn dogs and mustaches. And corn dogs with mustaches.
Yeah.
These guys have been amazing all day, says Boatless. Put
All
that
right.
on the back of the box
Well, thank you.
for the commentary DVD we're releasing
That's right.
in the summer.
Well, the Big 20 compilation.
Yeah.
The run commentary is the bonus feature. I don't know.
I like how I like to have this sort of guiding philosophy when I do commentary where I try to really make it about the runners as much as I can.
Right.
I can't imagine a more make it about me thing than to plug my own commentary DVD.
Yeah.
But things get a little fun, a little nonsensical
Yes.
once you reach the 10, 11, 12 hour mark.
Yeah. Mario the cat wants to join in on commentary, so. Mario.
Good for at least 12 hours.
Good for at least 12 hours. There you go.
I've been trying to think of some way to turn that controller into the Best of NES logo.
It's so good.
If only there was a C in Best of NES.
Alright, there we go. Now I think Infinite Mystery's got it. Oh, don't try to swag overload. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you tell him, Mario. Swag overload is bad. Yes, Mario. Yes, you know the people on the stream can hear you, right? Okay. You having conversations with me, cat? Yes, huh? Yeah. Need a chatty cat emote.
It's Infinite Mystery. We'll see if he knows about Go-Go. Go-Go the Dodo? Is that...
Yep, Go-Go Dodo is his name.
Okay. So a freaky thing that I think you guys were talking about something important, so I didn't say it. But last time we wanted the name of this character, you said Go-Go Dodo, and then immediately afterwards, this weird chiptune track playing on Rainwave that I've been listening to
Mm-hmm.
had a speech in the song. It was like one of those original songs with
Yeah.
weird stuff, and it said Dodo, and I kind of lost my shit for like 10 seconds
Nice.
until I figured out what was going on.
Okay, yeah, it looks like I am here does know about the dodos.
Wow, Sugar Frost is doing our job for us. Hey guys, what's your favorite NES game?
Yeah.
Thanks for good question. I don't know. Mario 3, pretty dang strong. I ain't ashamed to go with the popular game when it's as good as Mario 3.
He's a good choice.
A bit of a hipster answer might be Tetris for me.
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, I have a soft spot for Kabuki Quantum Fighter, the only game I've ever really finished a full speed run for. No, that's not true. But the only one I've been really serious about. I have fond memories of Dragon Warrior and Wizardry, playing that with family.
I think Dragon Warrior 3 might be my kind of reflexive answer. Like, just off the top of my head, that's one of my favorite, certainly JRPGs, if not RPGs, period.
But I had all the Marios. I had Battletoads. I never beat the Turbo Tunnel, but I played that quite a bit.
Battletoads is another one. Yep. Just from this big 20, Zelda 2 and Rygar, both of which I did various speedruns for. Willow on the NES is another one.
Most people who have played Willow think of it fondly.
Yes.
I would definitely call that a cult classic.
Yep. Yeah, Kabuki Quantum Fighter was in the first Big 20, and at the time, it was the one game in that first Big 20 I had never actually played before.
That was the only game I had actually any real speedrun experience with.
Yeah, yeah.
The complete
This is not to say the other 19 games, this is not to say it was necessarily speedrun caliber, or even that I necessarily finished them, but I had played them before. Kabuki was the one that, you know, if I had put in zero practice into the Big 20, theoretically, that was the one I would have gone in completely blind on. And I'm kind of glad I didn't. So,
get Fiesel out of his retirement, his Willow retirement.
yeah.
He's certainly been active doing other things. Fiesel's a speedrunning machine. If he's not doing it himself, he's organizing some kind of event or working on some kind of related project to speedrunning.
Yeah. Willow is actually kind of a nasty game blind, because again, there are just there's the occasional trigger for advancement that you just have no idea is actually a trigger for advancement, or why it is a trigger for advancement. If you go onto archive.org and you look up my original speedrun before Fiesel obsoleted that, I mentioned some of those like really weird, like really that's what you have to do to advance the game? Seriously? There's a couple, especially about 2/3 of the way through the game, it's just like, why is that what you have to do? And I don't know the answer. It just is what you have to do. So.
I think Rantron got the hammer. He's having a bit of a party here.
Yeah, I think he did.
Having a hammer party over at Death Mountain. Everyone's invited. There's gonna be pizza. I heard a girl's gonna be there. She's a Dyra, but whatever, you know? There it is. He's moving on to Rygar.
Yep. There he is, starting to finish up here. All right, it is I think Diesel, I can't speak for Mythical, but I think I'm about ready to call it here. I know Rantron has just started Rygar, but
yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
my sleep schedule's insane, so I'm doing okay.
All right, that's
So
fine.
we're gonna bid farewell to MTI, who stuck it out with us for 12 hours here.
Yeah, just about 12 hours, according to well, the Skype call actually started even before that. So.
All right, what a trooper! Thanks so much, MTI.
Yes, thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun. I guess I'll see you all for Big 20 number 5, whenever that is.
Yeah,
So,
sounds good.
yep. All right. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
And then there was one. Except there's 3, actually. There's 3 runners. Getting Rantron, playing some Rygar. He's moving with purpose here. He's making sure he doesn't make mistakes. Hesitating whenever he needs to make sure he doesn't get hit. Enemy is still getting chat help in Robo Warrior, but that only goes so far. You still have to execute on a really weird and random game. Infinite Mystery once again to the start of level 6 of Tiny Toons. Very hard here. Right off the bat, you're dealing with these enemies. The chandelier, the lights off, and there's some vertical climbing and some spikes waiting for you. Maybe he's actually in level 5 and I'm mixing the two up. Oh no, he is in this stage. He's just has an extremely purple color to his background. I remember it being a little more blue. Also, he's got Plucky here. He does not have Furball, so he's not going to be able to do the Furball climb in the elevator. Of course, how would you know if you went into the game blind? Plucky served him well this far. Rantron dies in Rygar. He is going to keep playing from where he died, though. No unnecessary resets this time. Enemy just hoping this weird skull monster will just round this corner for him. Just go away. I gotta say, I appreciate games where the character never stops walking, even if they're just standing in place. I like the way Robo Warrior marches around there. Always marching, never stopping. So it looks like Infinite Mystery might be killing himself here at the start of the level. Which makes sense. I mean, if you want to preserve your lives and you die right at the beginning, you might as well start fresh with maximum amount of lives. But on the other hand, if you still don't really know what's coming up with the second half of the level, chances are very slim that the next time you get there, you're going to beat it. So I almost feel like just kind of continuing on in a sort of fact-finding mission to see what the rest of the level is like is the way to go. Not wasting your time dying and refreshing your lives. Rantron navigating the tops of these platforms here in Rygar. If you keep moving, you can bunch all these guys up behind you and take them all out at once. You have to be a little brave, though, because you feel like they could pop up out of the ground in front of you at any moment. Yeah, this is a little closer to what we were doing for the first couple of hours. So Rantron's into Aruga's forest here, making his way to what is probably the toughest boss in the game. Seen a lot of players get stuck there for quite a bit. And it looks like he's a little low on his stats. You have two stats in Rygar that determine your health and your damage. Tone and last, they're called, which is really weird, but there you go. And each enemy gives you a certain amount of experience towards both when you kill them. The amount is quite weird. Some enemies just don't give you any, and others give you very specific amounts for both. Early on, you're probably going to be getting like 1 to 3 from these guys. The goal, I think the breakpoints are at 40 and 48 here for Aruga, but maybe that's the number of hits Aruga takes. I can't remember. But yeah, I think you want at least 4 health by this point. Or no, maybe not. Maybe not. He has run past some things, but he's also stopped and killed some other things, so maybe he knows what he's doing here. I know I don't, so... He's through to Aruga here. Looks like he's doing the safe strat to try to lure him into the wall, but it is honestly not that safe, as you can see. If his fireballs are coming out while you're about to land on him, there's really not much you can do to dodge them. He's started in a pretty good spot here. He's going to be able to bounce for a while before his bouncing syncs up with the fireballs, but this next bounce he's probably going to get hit. Yep, has to back off there. And now it's hard to get in here on Aruga, but he does manage to get back in on him, further luring him to the right. The idea is you want to get him stuck inside the tree on the right. It's quite difficult, as you can see, but it is possible. Not a good start for him there. Gonna go ahead and die. Oh, there it is. Pup dropping the knowledge. 40 and 48 are the breakpoints. But as you can see, 90 hits, 75 hits, that's a lot of hits. And dodging this guy's attacks is not easy. So despite the fact that you can churn out a lot of damage with your disc armor, is what your attack is. This Captain America shield on a string here. It's called a disc armor. Oh, it looks like Rantron's just about set up the glitch here. You can't quite tell, but he's actually flickering at about 30 hertz back and forth inside this tree. And eventually he stops. Eventually he stops and gets locked facing to the right. And then you've probably got him. He can still attack you randomly, but it's very slim. Chances are very good that you got him for good once that happens. But you can't really do much to make that happen. You just kind of bounce around and hope he gets stuck and does not instead turn around and burn you to a crisp. But that is exactly what happens to Rantron. So once again, bouncing on the back of this two-headed turtle cat. Done a pretty good job of luring him quickly over to the tree this time. The alternative is to get into this kind of dance, jumping over the fireballs, or perhaps jumping over Aruga and forcing him to spawn the fireballs backwards, then landing in front of him and hitting him multiple times before jumping again to repeat the process. The whole time he'll be getting slowly across the screen, backing you into a corner, so eventually you do have to figure out a way to jump around him and repeat the process going the other direction. And if you screw it up at any point, you're going to take a hit, and you can only take 2 hits before you die. So maintaining your focus for all 75 or all 90 hits, actually quite difficult. Enemies into this greenish level in Robo Warrior here. We've seen him here a couple times. Usually dies pretty quickly here. Enemies take a while to go down, while the in-game enemy is not enemy himself. He must have known that would happen when he made that his screen name. Now he's got to live with it. He's got some chat helping him out. This is a very obtuse game, very unclear what you're supposed to do to progress. You get a sense that you need to explore and find things, but you have a limited ability to explore in the form of these bombs. Limited ammunition, and pretty much everything has to be blown up to get through. Man, enemy. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be enemy like the word enemy, but you know there's enemies in video games. And so people are going to talk about enemies, and then no one's going to know if they're talking about an enemy or an enemy. Or in an enemy, if you're under the ocean. Look at him just pausing his speedrun to talk smack. This guy. Shouldn't you be doing something? TikTok. So he's got the second flotation device, I think is what he grabbed in this secret room here. I see him stopping on his stream, so can only assume more text messages on the way. He's clarifying. It's so easy for me to talk into this microphone and say whatever I want, but you have to stop doing your speedrun to talk back. That's got to be annoying. I think I may have made my commentary a little bit about me again. I think that might have happened. He is laughing. I was hoping that he was pausing to laugh, actually. That was my secret hope. But I didn't want to reveal that vain thought. Good, I'm glad we're all having fun here. The enemy's trying to find his way through this level. I think he knows where to go in this level. But maybe some of these later ones he's still a little unsure. Meanwhile in Rygar, air goes down. So Rantron's moving on through this horrible screen. If you're a speedrunner and you get to this screen, you've probably done it in a fairly consistent manner, so you can actually count on getting certain patterns in that screen. And that makes a horrible thing actually quite manageable. But for our poor Big 20 racers, chances are quite good they're not going to have consistent times getting to that screen. And that means they're going to have to adjust all of the random enemies. Very difficult to get through. But he's through that part, he's into Sigilla's cave. He gets to enjoy the rock and bass music that this cave has. We saw a lot of players go for a really dangerous pit jump that saves, a pretty good chunk of time, but it's incredibly risky and very precise. I considered it a very high-level strat, to the point that I didn't think even some of the top racers today would do it, but actually quite a few people went ahead and pulled it off first try, so maybe it's not as hard as I thought it is, or maybe our racers are just that good. Oh, enemy making his way around the outside in this level. I don't know if it's strictly mandatory. I feel like in the middle is a chalice or a key or something that he needs on that stage. But the tutorial definitely recommends going through the middle, whether it's necessary or not. We'll find out in a little bit, I suppose. Infinite Mystery with another game over on Tiny Toons. He's getting awfully tired of seeing that cartoon coyote. Raintron into the second half of Sigilla's Cave here. Just borrowing this poor blue grub monster to give him the height he needs to fight this purple parrot thing. That's gotta feel pretty bad. Blue grub monster just trying to do his best for his monster overlord. Does the only thing he knows how, shuffles towards you, and then the dude just jumps on you. And then he just keeps jumping on you. Like, he's not even reacting to you anymore. He barely acknowledges your existence. Just stomping on your back over and over again. And then he doesn't even kill you off afterwards, he just leaves you. Raintron moving very slowly through this section, and that's very wise, actually, because there's so many things spawning here, and depending what you leave on screen will change what spawns and what despawns later on. It makes it very unpredictable. So by going slow and clearing absolutely everything out of the way as he goes, he knows exactly what is going to be spawning ahead of him. And that's going to help him in the long run, because a death here sends you quite a bit back. Enemies wrapped around to the middle of this level, while Raintron has made his way to Sigilla. Oh, he lost his down input there to keep crouching. And now I don't think... I've lost track, but Sigilla is basically vulnerable and not vulnerable based off of how many times she touches the wall. So he's not going to be able to... Oh, okay, he did hit her there. And then he also released down accidentally. I won't be surprised if he's playing... well, I don't know. His game feed looks like he's playing on a console. But sometimes when someone's playing on emulator, the victim is like a 360 D-pad. That's the problem. With finicky D-pads, sometimes you lose an input for just a frame, and in a situation like this, that's enough to have Rygar stand up and get smacked by this spider here. But the idea is that instead of Sigilla moving away from you after you hit him, you let him go past you and hit him from behind, so that instead of moving away, he starts moving towards you again. And here we go. You just do this left to right. You're free to do this almost as fast as you can attack, but that's going to rapidly move Sigilla back and forth, so it's really hard to keep track of which way he's going and which way you're attacking. So even top-level players will settle in for a steady rhythm there, back and forth. Works out quite well for Raintron there. He's moving on. It's about 2/5 of the way through Rygar, I'd say. Maybe a little less. Maybe a third is more correct. Enemies got a ton of bombs here, so hopefully he's going to be able to do what he needs to do. I think he's just making sure mostly that he knows exactly what he needs to do before he starts messing around. Mystery through to the spike section once again. Decided to lure this enemy out rather than try to slide through him. But then he respawned, and then he slides through him anyway. Does not get the slide through the 6 spikes. You do have to get a pretty good chunk of speed going to get through all 6 of those spikes, and if you don't get all the way through them, you're just dead. And of course they have hitboxes on the side as well, so you can just run into them, smack your face into the side, that's good enough to kill you. While that's been happening, Rantron's been making his way through the 4-note dungeon, 4-note dungeon, 4-note dungeon. Killing these enemies that I believe are actually called Germans. And I need to say that, I need to preface my next statement with that every time this comes up. Because this is the spot where he just kills a bunch of Germans. He's going to be doing that for a while. The goal is to get to 10 health blocks. That's your cue for when you've got the stats you need to move forward. You're also going to know when you start killing these Germans in one hit that you're getting close as well. Also, during this time, it helps if you can collect enough magic points to cast Attack and Assail. That makes the next boss a little easier. But it's easy enough that you really are not too worried about it. Some health would be nice, though. And believe it or not, there's quite a bit of speed tech to doing this grind efficiently. You can lose a solid minute here just by being inefficient with the way you spawn and kill these enemies. Also, because of the way the game tracks your position, when you jump, the game knows that you're jumping on the spot. So it says like, you're where your shadow is. But when you attack, it moves your attack hitbox to wherever your sprite is. So if he were to jump in this situation and start attacking, he would actually gain a ton of reach on his attack, and you can use that to kind of, after you push these guys all the way back, you can jump and hit them a little further. And you can use that to finish them off once your attack gets quite high. Just another little way to speed it up. Infinite Mystery getting to this spike section with regularity and, underestimates the 2-spike slide there. Gets caught underneath it. Enemy has revealed some stairs here. You can either use a flotation device to get around them, or go down the stairs and then I guess back up. I think that's another way to get across. Looks like he's actually pausing the game, probably confirming with chat what he needs to do here. Decided to go into the stairs. Lots of goodies in these basements. Ideally, in this big 20, you only really want to be down here once to load up on some stuff. Get everything you need, and then get everything else from drops. But this is a very random game. Even all the things he's picking up down here are completely random. So in order to really do well at this game in a race, you need to be prepared for all kinds of situations. Meanwhile, we're seeing a Durago fight from Rantron. Gets him down, no problem. Much easier fight. You do it twice in the... Okay. Once to get started, and then I guess later on that you have to take. So I think he needs to bomb a wall here and then use a raft. So that's what he's gonna do. 1, 2, 3. Third one's a little off. If this one doesn't do it, then I think he might have the wrong spot. He's got 93 bombs, so he can make all kinds of mistakes here if he needs to. There's the third one. How do you know that's the spot to bomb? You don't. You just bomb them all. You just hope you have enough bombs to bomb them all. That's the kind of game this is. But at least it's not the kind of game where you die in one hit, like Tiny Toon Adventures. Infinite Mystery. Really struggling with this. Enemy as well struggled through a lot of Tiny Toons. And I don't know how much Infinite Mystery knows about Robo Warrior. But unless he's got someone willing to extend the helping hand, the way that that Enemy's chat has had, he's definitely not going to have an easy time of it. Raintron making his way up through this tower, whose name I forget, and mostly doesn't matter. Getting zoned out hard by this snail here. He goes down in like 3 or 4 hits, but it's kind of hard to get inside his attack pattern. Then you got this porcupine on a skateboard. Luckily, that's dead. Founded by the boss. This boss, I believe, can attack whenever he wants with no warning. So as you can see, he's having to back out at the last second, actually doing a really good job to react to these attacks. But eventually he does get clipped by one. So he's going to start at the bottom of this tower now. He's got 3 health, which depending if he has enough attack, 3 health is enough to just walk in there and tank him and go nuts. But we did see a player not farm enough, so he actually had to dance around attacks here. Get into enough hits to finish him off. Enemy making more progress. Progress in Robo Warrior. Gets 3 goodies there. Bombing open those tiles. See how this fight goes for Rantron second time around. He's got the health. Does he have the damage? He does. Gets that boss down. Walks in without grabbing. Yep, go back, get it. You want that thing. He gets the thing. It looks like he's going to kill himself here for a bit of a death warp, and also a bit of a health refill. It's at this point he can opt to sidetrack for a health refill. We'll see what he decides to do. Meanwhile, Infinite Mysteries got another 6 spike slide here, but gets taken out by the security guard before he can get lined up. So Rantron's made his way to this door. If I was more familiar with Rygar, I'd be able to tell you exactly where he's going. But I think he's going to get his health refilled. But even I get a little lost once these overworld sections come into play. Really don't have a very good sense of how they all connect. Trying desperately to latch on to this pulley thing. Please, God, there, gets on there. The secret is that you want to walk up into the rope. The pole doesn't matter. Ignore the pole. What you want is the rope. And you definitely want to be walking up and down into it and not side to side, because chances are you'll go too far and slip into the water. So I was correct. Was sidetracking for the health there. He's got all his health back. And now he's going to make his way down to Lapis, I believe. fight that boss there before moving on to the final boss. How can we see the results so far? The best way is probably the SRL page, which I've lost and will now track down for you. There it is, that's in chat. You can see the results on the right-hand side. So enemy is on the boss here. This is the end of the goal, if you can take out this slime. Looks like he's consulting with his chat on the way to go about fighting this thing. Doesn't want to just go for it and end up taking a death. Probably getting a little tired of Robo Warrior at this point. And he thinks he's got a plan in mind. Using this screen clear, that is a thing you can do. And he wasn't making use of it before. So I guess chat clued him in, that's a thing. Burning through some of those. Maybe some missiles. We'll see. His health is pretty high. Man, he spawns a lot of crap. And wow, they do a ton of damage. What an annoying boss. They seem really good at following your movements too. But he gets him! Boss is down, thank god all his little slimes despawn as well. Grabs the key into the exit, enemy is finally done with Robo Warrior. And boy, I bet, is he happy about that. So he's moving on to the next game. This is the first time in a while we've had a next game. And I actually have to go make sure I know what it is. It's Guerrilla War. So get ready for this. You're not going to get stuck on Guerrilla War. It's just not going to happen. You get a couple of lives. Dying is super fast. You appear exactly where you were, as you just saw. That was a death. Another death. Did you catch it? Because it happened and now it's over. There's a third death. He's died 3 times already. Did you notice? That's how fast deaths are in this game. Another death. Guess what? If you run out of lives and you continue, you press start. Here it is. Here's the continue screen. This is what, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back in it. 5, 6 seconds for a continue. You just go, man. You just go. Don't stop for nothing. Especially once you get this tank. The only thing that hurts you when you're in a tank is another tank, obviously, and grenades. You can run into guys all you want. You can run into bullets all you want. Doesn't matter. So you can just charge through this game. This is a nice break for all of these players who are in this race. Occasionally, you have to blow up some sandbags. They can only be blown up by special weapons or grenades, so if you don't have a special weapon, you gotta back up, lob your grenade at them. You don't have to save these hostages. You can murder them like Enemy chose to do with the final 2 there. He loses his tank, so this boss fight's gonna be a little slow. But if you die here, you don't go back to the start of the level. No, sir. This is definitely one of the NES's most beatable games. And it's also just kind of fun. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, if you died and went back to the start of the level, then I'd be like, oh, well, you know, it's kind of hard, I don't know. Normally, I'm a fan of checkpointing and stuff. I know a lot of people say video games nowadays are too easy, but and maybe they do go a little too far in that direction. But I definitely think video games are the better for the amount of checkpointing they have nowadays than they did back in the NES days. So normally I'd be okay with a game like this, but there really isn't any weight to anything you're doing. So you do have fun while you're blowing stuff up, but then it's over, and then it's, 30 minutes of fun and you're done. So if you're a kid who gets this game for Christmas or whatever, you plow through it in 30 minutes. That 30 minutes is probably pretty fun, but you probably don't feel too good afterwards. So yeah, I don't know. This game doesn't have a lot of weight to it, not a lot of substance. But while it does last, it is quite a bit of fun.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
You missed everything.
Missed everything.
Yeah.
Still going on. I just now saw Rantron Bomb try to go into the final castle, but he was missing an item there. I'm not even sure which one it is. I think it's this, the one in Garba Tower.
I was not watching. I was gabbing off about Guerrilla War because we finally got a new game on stream.
It's either Garba. It's either this tower or it's Lapis. I'm not sure. I didn't see what he has done already. But it's the second last item. I don't remember which one that comes from.
He got the flute thing. Is that what you get from the tower?
I can't even remember. I don't know what you get from where.
I think I saw him beat the tower and go in and almost get the flute, and I was like, oh, you need that, and then he went back and got it. So I don't know if that's it. But he's missing something.
He did beat the tower. Oh, he's got to do Lapis then. The only two things that you can do in any order, I think. I think the ordering and everything else is strict, so it must just be Lapis.
Yeah. I kind of stopped paying attention for a little bit while I focused on Guerrilla War. Mm-hmm. And I knew that was he's probably going to Lapis next, and he had been moving as if he knew what he was doing up till that point, so I just assumed he was on his way, but I guess he's been having some trouble.
Let's see if he knows where to go now.
Perhaps not as much trouble as Infinite Mystery has been having with this last level of Tiny Toons.
Get that pulley to work. Does he even have it? There you go.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit with those pulleys.
It's not easy at all to find that spot. Yeah, he knows where to go.
That's what she said. Commentary derailed. I finally get some help. We start doing serious commentary together. And then immediately into the gutter. Back on track. We got a boss here from Enemy. Takes him down, moving on to the next level. That's the pace that Guerrilla Warrior moves at. Guerrilla Wars. Guerrilla Warrior, though, like a warrior who is a gorilla, I'd play that game.
Yeah, so Rantron's in the right place now, I think. So that's good. Not too much of a detour for him.
Infinite Mystery once again on these spike slides here. Through the first set of 6, does not get nearly enough speed to deal with the second set of 2 there. The guard probably is what did it. You start to get speed to slide under there, and then you see that enemy, and you're like, I'm going to slide right into that enemy. So you slow down, and then suddenly you don't even have enough speed to get through 2 spikes. It's really brutal. Lucky was saying he's seen some blind races that get up to this level and then just grind to a screeching halt while everyone figures out how to deal with these spikes. So, let's see, where You need the grappling to continue past Lapis. So he's in the right area. He needs to start heading downwards and to the right, I believe. He has the grappling he needs to continue past Lapis. So I think you want to go down from here. There he goes. Or not. Shit. He's gonna keep going. Okay, no, he's going up and the screen's transitioning. This is how Rygar goes when you don't speedrun it. You're just grappling off screen all over the place trying to find platforms. He knows he needs to grapple somewhere here.
Right, he'll find it eventually, but yeah, this is certainly the point in the game where if you haven't figured out that you need to start doing blind grappling, you're going to have to do it now.
Oh, I know why my internet's been so crappy this whole time. I've been uploading on a torrent. Blah. Alright, close that. Maybe now I can have a bit more stability here. You missed it while Rantron was doing Zelda, but he would reset his game. Like, he would die and game over, and he would continue on. And then sometimes when he would game over, he would reset and start back at, Palace 111, and we couldn't figure out what was going on there. But he did eventually get through it. Haven't seen any unnecessary resets in Rygar so far. So there he is. Looks like he's found his way here. Perhaps checking a tutorial the way Jake Hoper did. I don't know. Rygar porn spoofs. I'm trying. My brain's fried. Wait, no, normally you take a title of a movie and then find the porn equivalent. But you can't, you can also take the title of a movie and find the Rygar equivalent. Like, dude, where's Rygar? But you can't do both. You can't do porn Rygar. Like, that's got to be pretty limited options. Either way, Rantron's moving his way into Lapis here.
There we go, no problem. Still got 3 health left. I could probably use more than that. He might stop and get a health refill. He knows where it is. It's right along the way.
Enemy's almost done with Guerrilla War here. Whoa, almost selected no on continue. That's the only thing you need to worry about. When the game asks you to continue, you want to say yes. Also, if the game asks you if you're a god, you also want to say yes. So this is the last boss of the goal here. These 2 angry dudes in a bulldozer. I've seen that. DVD. And then you get the best screen transition ever as this guy swings you around and throws you into the next level. You entered into the mine. That's one way of putting it. But that is the end of the goal. Hopefully enemy realizes, yeah, he knows. So he's moving on to the next game, Bionic Commando. Not an easy game. He was going through these games blind, but I think at this point he's got the chat rally behind him and help him out, letting him know where to go. Because you could run around to all of these levels looking for the thing you need to do. But looks like he started off in the right direction here. Meanwhile, Rantron in the last dungeon of Rygar. He's almost there.
He's in great shape. You can tell by his health gauge that he's got enough hits to probably, or enough attack power rather, to probably 11 hit kill this thing, maybe 10. So if he just gets, I think he needs 2 more bars of magic and he can cast attack and assail. Oh, maybe 1 more bar. I didn't see how much he had, but I think it was 3 or 4. Or 4 or 5 rather.
Enemy definitely has played Bionic Commando before. You don't immediately get this comfortable with the grappling hook without having experience with this game. It's a very awkward game to get used to. But once you get the hang of moving around with this grappling hook, it is super fun. On top of being a great speedrun.
It's taking a bit of a... Oh, I'm watching Rantron's stream. He's taking a bit of a detour to get the health upgrade. There you go. He's got the... refills his health and gives him a potion to refill his health 1 more time. But yeah, enemy's making his way through probably one of the most tricky levels in this goal.
Yeah, vertical platforming tends to always be harder than horizontal platforming.
And with no health. Coming in this first level, you haven't even had a chance to upgrade your dude and get some health containers.
Not to mention, you can't jump.
Can't jump, and yeah, if you get these copter guys, if you don't keep moving up, these copter guys will start to accumulate.
Yeah, you can't shoot up either.
Nope. You can only shoot straight to the side with his default gun. And yeah, there he is. Takes a hit. Fortunately, the checkpoints are pretty frequent here.
So we'll see if he can keep his mojo going here.
Gets the POW. That's an interesting... That'll help him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Trying to grab that building from the top of that spotlight, I'm going to say it is.
Yeah, you can do it. It's a little harder from that side.
Could continue to walk along these barrels, but he's going to pop up and kill that guy first. You can use the grappling hook sort of offensively. You can stun enemies with it. You can rarely kill things with it, but you can also deflect bullets with it. So he's using that here to get himself out of this tricky situation with enemies on both sides. You're supposed to go into these doors and interact with the computer and get some intel on where to go next, but the truth is you can just leave and the game figures that you already did that stuff.
Enemy making his way through the most difficult part of this level. Most difficult part of the most difficult stage in this goal.
Meanwhile, Rantron is into the very last boss fight of the very last game.
About to done. He's got his attack and assail. He's being really careful about the swings so he doesn't waste one of his shots.
Oh, you need to finish him off.
Oh, man.
It's got the potion, though.
Use that thing quick. Oh, you can use it in your inventory, fortunately. There you go. Finishes it out.
So we're waiting for the done here.
He probably also got unauthenticated. Like
oh, right, while he was gone. Yeah, so he's probably dealing with that. But he is done. He is gonna be number 42, I think. Maybe 43. 43, I think.
42.
We'll see. We'll see. took a break to go to work, came back, finished it out. Hard to say what time he would have got if he had continued from where he was forced to leave off. Infinite Mystery gets through the spikes and dies to the very first cannon on this vertical climb. That vertical climb, not easy. You're definitely not out of the woods once you get through the spike section. This entire level is hard. There he is, Rantron Bomb, done, finished in 42nd with a time of 12:45:08. Nice job. I think that would have been more like 7 hours. 7 or 8.
Yeah, he seemed to know his way through the games, so he clearly did practice. So not really a finish that belongs up there in the 12 to 13 hour range.
Yeah.
Given what he knew about it, but that's how it is. Sometimes your schedule takes precedence.
Yeah, it's not easy to devote 8 hours in a row to something.
Yeah.
For a lot of people.
Oof, enemy having a heck of a time. This is the tough climb. This part right here, really tough. I don't think he's even got any continues yet, so he does not want to die, lose his last life. He's already got at least one death in this level, maybe more. I wasn't really watching the whole time.
Yeah, you can cancel your swing.
Ooh, so risky. He's got to wait for He's just got to wait for the parachuters. Just got to be more patient. He does have another life, but I don't know if he's got any more after this. So, just wait, man. Just wait.
Yeah, there's two ways you can do this. You can once you retract to it, you can pull yourself all the way in. It's kind of slow, but it gets you up there.
That's what I would do. Yeah, he's trying to swing off of it and then grab onto another thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he needs to just retract right into it and then pop up onto the ledge. There we go. That time he gets it. And then, yeah, you can just grapple straight up to get to the next thing after the springboard.
Yeah, but it caught him off guard there, so not able to capitalize on that situation. Waits for the guard, out of his way, pop up, and wow, I actually didn't have much of a window there to grab that, but he did. So he's able to move on a little bit here. This is a little tricky. You don't really get a chance to grab onto this top part. So he goes with the diagonal. And that means you're going to be swinging wildly left to right. And that opens him up to a hit to a soldier. So he does have another life. Hopefully he can get things right this time. Infinite Mystery once again. Into Tiny Toons, level 6. Dawkins just shows up at the very, very end of a huge 20-game race that took place in the NES speedrun community. We've had 42 people cross the finish line. You're looking at potentials 43 and 44 here. Enemy and Infinite Mystery. 20 games back-to-back, or in that link there that Figbird posted. Everyone had a month to practice these 20 games. Pretty tall order. So as you can see, these guys did not get a chance to practice a lot of these games, navigating most of these blind. And you know what? NES games, they tend to be pretty hard. Tend to be the kind of thing you can't walk through. Tiny Toons in particular, this level is a beast. We've seen a lot of players get stuck on this level. Infinite Mystery. Been stuck at a couple different roadblocks here. Solomon's Key actually tripped him up for quite a long time. Hard deadline. I don't know if there is one. We
I don't think
certainly
so.
will stop the broadcast at some point, but these guys can keep going. There are some SRL rules about, like, for example, I don't think what Ranchan did by, pausing and going to work or whatever, I think SRL doesn't technically allow that. So if they looked it up and found out, then maybe they'd have something to say about it. So,
But other than that, there aren't any limitations for how long you can take as long as you're actively working and, still at it. You can keep going. They won't end a race on you if you're making progress.
yep, enemy was making progress there, swinging over the water off of these round objects. This is what's really hard about both playing and speedrunning this game, is that all of these grapples are so precise that you're not going to be hitting the same spot each time. So you need to be ready to react to where you've grappled on this one thing to line up your next grapple. And then you need to react to where that one is to line up your third grapple, and so on. So when you have a series of grapples like this, you end up improvising quite a bit. On top of it, if you land on top of these circle things, they bump you off in a weird way. You can grab them on the way down, but chances are you've already thrown your grappling hook out to grab something else, so you don't have it available to throw it on the way down.
Well, enemy, yeah, that's a smart move right there. I was going to say he's down to his last continue. He just used his last continue, and that's a pretty dangerous stage to be all out of continues on. So here he is intentionally taking a truck encounter. He's going to farm 2 continues out of this one. He's probably even going to hit another truck on the way back. Oh, is he taking an intentional death to farm another continue? That's a clever move. No, he's not even going for the continue. That may have... Oh, yeah, he is.
Nice.
Interesting.
Continue worth more than a life.
It sure is. It's worth 3 lives, so I guess that makes sense. He's got plenty of continues now. But he's probably going to hit another truck on the way back. Oh no, he's good. Or not. Another truck. Okay.
Oh, anywhere you can see all the streams, while you can go check all the individual VODs for each player.
Right. Right now you are seeing all the screens.
Yeah, these are the last 2 players, but actually this may be the last thing I copy pasted. So let me just check and see. It is. So you can go to that page, and you can see the names of everyone who participated in the race. And then if you're so inclined, you may track down their Twitch streams and go to their past broadcasts and watch their races directly there. But as you can see, 50 people, it's hard to compile that. We did our best that we could. We focused on some of the top players. We highlighted some of the people who were experts at certain games. And we got most of the stuff. We missed some stuff. Probably some exciting things happened, like Nisse managed to softlock his game on River City Ransom. So we would love to sort of point that stuff out, but you have no way of knowing it's going to happen till it happens.
Well, enemy going back and doing stage 3 here. I think he was trying to move on without it, which you can. All you need to do the next stage is the rocket launcher, which you get from the Orange Tower stage that you do. And normally you would go and do this stage next in sequence, but I guess he's deciding he wants to take care of the slightly easier level while he can, and then work on the hard one.
I think pretty much everyone was on the stream at some point. I tried to get everyone as they came across the finish line.
Oh, I see what he's going for. That's a really risky way to do it. You can get on that platform and then grapple just as the platform starts to fall, and you'll swing immediately to that ledge on the right. But like, if you're tasked, that's what you're going to try to do. But I wouldn't recommend that for humans.
Wow, George Smileyface possibly undertaking the Herculean task of compiling everyone's videos.
Yeah, that was a neat thing that Ellipsis did, I think, from the first Big 20.
That sounds right.
They actually put a side-by-side synced up view of
Top 8.
Yeah, like the top 8 players or something like that.
And then as 10th player, I was like, yeah, well, no, 8 makes sense. That's a good cutoff point. Grumble, grumble. Of course, 6th place Fiesel, I had no problems with that.
Fine with me. I was even winning after the first game.
Yeah.
My brief time in the lead.
George also noticing Canonophone defied his destiny and placed 5th rather than 6th. That function is not linear. It's exponential. Who knows where he'll end up next? Negative first.
Why does Canonophone always get 6th place or something?
He always gets one higher than before.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah, Big 20 number 1, he was 9th, and then 8th, and then 7th. So everyone just knew he was going to be 6th.
7, and he's 6th this time.
No, he's 5th this time.
Or 5th this time.
Yeah.
So we just got to have 5 more of these, and he'll be 0th.
Yep. Well, I don't know. He jumped up by 2 this time, so we don't know what's going to happen.
It's going to be another 4 next time.
All right, Infinite Mystery knows what he needs to do here. Duck until you don't need to duck anymore, and then you want to jump. So he's up to the top.
That's a hard climb.
I think this is the first time he's been this high.
I still have another... still have a little ways to go.
Seeing this purple background, he's probably worried about more spike slides. This dog just charges in out of nowhere. So he's lost his heart. Well, his in-game heart. He still has a whole bunch of human being heart for trucking through this.
This kid's got heart. I like it.
He's using Furball here to dash up these walls. It's a little tricky in some of these spots. You can actually curl around and grab these purple things that are sticking out. Fairly precise, though.
Oh, like from the same wall? From the left wall, you can grab the purple
Yeah.
thing? A little bit of... little Tiny Toons Iceless.
Yeah. He's trying to find the spot here. There he goes. Now he's off to the races. Enemies back in this challenging level here. In Bionic Commando. So enemies through to the boss here. He can't take a hit. But this boss goes down in just 3 hits.
Just as you said that.
Oh. So he dies there, and back to the beginning of the level. Isn't that fun? NES games. So yeah, I think Guerrilla Wars maybe a bit too forgiving. Tiny Toons about 10 times too unforgiving.
At this stage in particular, a lot of people were just stuck in a loop here on this last stage. Most of the rest of this game, I think, went by pretty smoothly for people.
I don't know. The once you hit level 4, I feel like it starts to get kind of unfun levels of difficulty, and it just ramps up to 5 and 6.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Well, enemy here having... This is probably the part that tripped most people up, making that swing right there across those little lampposts.
Yeah, if you're too late, like you can have a spot, fire the grappling hook in a spot where you would have latched on. Oh! He saved himself there, but then didn't realize he had saved himself and unsaved himself.
Good thing he's got the continues.
Yep, he's got 4 of them stocked up there. But yeah, you throw the grappling hook out in a spot that should work, but then you land on that second little circular spotlight thing, and that throws off where your grapple ends up, and it goes downhill from there. But he got it. He got past the hard stuff. Wants this extra life here. pretty tricky, but he does bounce off of the spike ball and gets it. Nice job. Loses it to a rando soldier. This rocket launcher looks a little silly firing this giant glowing ball, but its effectiveness cannot be denied.
Yeah, it one-shots everything, and it doesn't stop. It just goes right through however many enemies you fire it at.
Kills several bosses in 3 hits.
Yeah, 3 hits for a lot of stuff. Pretty powerful.
There's really no reason to use anything else once you get the rocket launcher.
Yeah, it's funny because the gun that they make the biggest deal about is the machine gun. You keep hearing about, oh, there's a machine gun. Someone's got a machine gun. Finally, you rescue Joe, and he's like, hey, I know where you can get a machine gun. And you finally get it, and it's this dinky little gun that spews out these tiny bullets that go like two tiles in front of you. It's like got the shortest range, and you can't even aim it because it like the bullets go in random directions. And that's like the big gun that you're supposed to be working the whole game to get, and it's garbage.
Meanwhile, you've been smoking fools with this rocket launcher the whole time.
Absolutely.
It doesn't even have that much delay on it. I mean, you can only have one on screen at a time. But while it's on screen, it's probably killing everything you want it to kill.
Right. Yeah, the only downside to it is that it only shoots side to side. So there's the 3-way gun and the triple gun. Both will give you, a little bit of up and down to your shots, but it's not really worth it for the lack of power in those guns.
Lawler 432. This is more of a blind speedrun, sort of a subcategory of speedruns, where people go into video games with zero practice and try to beat them as fast as they can. It's really a different beast than a regular speedrun. The whole science behind speedrunning is really taking all your time to develop the strategies and such that you need, and that stuff is completely gone when you do a blind run like this, which is what these two players are doing. A lot of players did do regular speedruns, learn the game's practice, work out what they were going to do ahead of time, but some players opted to come into this race blind, and so that's why you end up with these 13-hour times here.
Right, yeah, it's a different thing at this end of the race, but also pretty interesting because you see people who have a lot of endurance and have put a lot of effort into getting to where they are, despite the fact that they didn't, memorize world record tier strats for everything like the players who were at the top of the finishing board. But I like it though. I like seeing these end of the race runs.
I like seeing Infinite Mystery. Well, I was about to say, he's having no trouble with this spike room now, and then dies on the first set of spikes, of course. But you can see him growing and getting better at the game over time. It's a process I've always enjoyed seeing. The really strong blind players, however, kind of melt my mind with how their mind just works on a different level that just comes up with all these improvisations on the spot, split-second type stuff that is hard to learn that stuff. I mean, when you're doing a regular speedrun, almost anyone can do it. It's just a matter of how much time you want to put in. But for some of these blind runs, you can kind of get a sense for games in general, but your ability to adapt on the fly to the things happening, and also just sort of reaction time and physical things like that, there's not a whole lot you can learn. There are some people who are just really good at it. So Primal actually went in completely blind, and he finished with a time of 10 hours, 3 hours ahead of these guys.
Yeah, wow. It's tricky. Enemy knows that he can do these ceiling clips, but trying to get a sense for how far into the ceiling you have to be before the game will let you just grapple up through it, even though there's a box in the way.
Yeah, once you get too far, the game just kind of gives up. It says, well, you're already here.
You're close enough you can just grapple straight upwards, but you're not supposed to be able to grapple through these blue tiles on the ceiling or through these purple boxes on the floor above you. But if you're far enough up, you can just go through them. And if you're not quite far enough up, you can shoot your grappling hook to the side, which does a little bounce, a little damage bounce. Well, you're not really taking damage, but it looks like a knockback from damage. And that you can actually use to boost up as well. Game over from enemy. Yeah, still got 3 more left.
He gets pushed over to the right after climbing up on that circle spotlight thing. It seems pretty random which way it spits you out, but
well, it depends on what side you grappled to, but it's pretty sensitive. It's really hard to know what side of that light post you're going to connect to.
Right. So if you are on the wrong side, you can kind of... Well, I think you can still hit that diagonal grab to the top one. Just the timing changes depending on what side you get spit out on. He was not ready to get spat out on the right side there, so he's up in the drink, and he's going to go looking for more continues here. Are we going to do commentary all the way through Tiny Toons? Probably not. Well, maybe Tiny Toons, but definitely not Infinite Mystery's whole 20-game race here. In fact, I think maybe if we get through Bionic Commando, that's a good stopping point. Or maybe if Infinite Mystery gets through Tiny Toons. He's been at it quite a while. He will be very pleased to be moving on, even if he's got some pretty scary games waiting for him after that. But say what you will about their their ability to play these games blind, their ability to adapt or come up with strats on the fly. You cannot deny their determination and endurance in going after 14 hours of games. And of course, this kind of stuff is taxing, right? So it only gets harder the longer that timer is ticking. The enemy is still nailing these grapples here. And Infinite Mystery is well known for doing incredibly long streams, 20, 30 hours. So he's pretty much in his element here. Trying to bait out this dog. Doesn't quite get it, so he loses his heart. He's going to have to go into the boss fight without that extra hit. We'll see how he does.
Enemy getting really stumped by these light posts. Well, he's made it again. Yeah, it's tricky. You want to be swinging from as far to the right on that platform as possible. And just do it all in 2 swings, but easier said than done.
The longest ever race. Well, for Big 20 number 3, the time was 19 hours and 22 minutes by Zergriff. In Big 20 number 2, it was 17 hours 34 minutes by Infinite Mystery. And in Big 20 number 1, it was 10 hours and 46 minutes by Wolf Eyes, followed shortly again by Infinite Mystery at 9:38, who has been doing most of these blind.
Mm-hmm.
So he's coming through on Tiny Toons here. He's got Plucky instead of Furball. He's not as good in the stage, but he makes this boss fight quite a bit easier. Unfortunately, he does get tagged by that boxing glove. So this is not the run.
Ooh, enemy taken out there. They throw a little dirty trick there at the end, putting that springboard right there by the door that you can't jump over. Fortunately, he's got a lot of continues.
any reason he prefers blind. I can imagine lots of reasons. These guys are given 20 games to learn in 30 days. That's a tall order. So if you want to be a part of the event, but you just simply don't have the time or maybe the effort for doing all of that, jumping in blind at the last minute looks like an appealing option, even if you end up with this one monstrous 14, 15, 16, 19-hour stream. But perhaps this is just the way he likes to play some of this stuff. A couple of reasons why he might choose to do such a thing. Yeah, Enemy TV confessing he had no intention of even being a part of this until 15 minutes before the race. But here he is. He wanted to make it to Robo Warrior, but then at Robo Warrior was such an ordeal that he didn't want to just end it there. So now he's in Bionic Commando.
Right. Well, because Guerrilla War is basically you'll make it just with a little bit of patience. You'll make it through that. So Bionic Commando, I feel like as long as you're good with keeping some continues, you'll be fine in Bionic Commando. You'll eventually get it. Metal Storm, I don't know. That one may be a tricky one. And Cryon Conquest, we know, is another tricky one. So we'll see.
Yeah,
Gremlins gets infinite continues, so that should be no problem. Eventually, as long as you want to be persistent, you'll eventually get it.
It's going to be a struggle for probably the last 2 levels. We've seen a couple of players die to the final boss a couple of times, and then you're back to 5-1 again. So,
but Infinite Mystery seems to have done it.
He's done it. He is moving on from Tiny Toons. Finally, I want to pop in. Can you see his stream from where you are, Feasel? Like, see his splits?
No, I don't.
I must have been at least 2 hours, maybe 3 hours on Tiny Toons for Infinite Mystery. You get this slightly lewd ending with Buster
that picture
and Maximilian. After you beat him up, you just dominate him. Just straight up mount him. So he's moving on to Robo Warrior. We saw Enemy here doing Robo Warrior. He was completely stuck and flustered till chat finally was like, all right, here's what you need to do. Because guess what? This is a really obscure, obtuse game. And I really hope Infinite Mystery gets some help for this. Even the great TMR accepted chat help on Robo Warrior. And this is the guy who beat Legacy of the Wizard completely blind. So we'll see. Infinite Mystery, I get the feeling like he's the kind of guy who really takes a lot of pride in being able to say he's beat these games completely blind, you know. So I don't know. Maybe he's the kind of guy who's gonna just stick it out and do everything he can. Or maybe he'll accept a bit of help from some people. Or maybe he's actually looked up the tutorial a little bit for this one on his own. We'll see. He seems to not be avoiding his bombs, so I don't think he's caught on that they hurt yet, but he probably just did now. Not a good sign, though. Needs to bomb all kinds of obscure tiles that have no indication that they're special. Some of them you need to bomb multiple times.
Yeah, you'd never figure that out.
And you have limited bombs, too, so you can't just go dropping them everywhere.
Right.
Pretty silly.
Well, Enemy taking another pass at this. I like the strat he was trying to do last time, going the left way. You see these group of 4 green boxes on the ceiling. That's actually oh, good, he makes it. That's the way I prefer to go, rather than from the right. The right is much trickier. But yes, he does make it in here. He shouldn't have any trouble now finishing this boss out.
Yeah.
It's just his health. Oh, yeah, he's got 2 extra bars of health, so he should be fine.
Once you have this rocket launcher,
well, now he doesn't.
Well, you just time your ascent here and mash rocket launcher point blank into this thing. It should die in 3 hits.
It should, but you don't know if it will. So
yeah, some of these hits just don't count sometimes.
Yeah, I would do what he's doing right there. Take a shot, walk off, do it again. Don't even risk it.
This is one of those cases where the max falling speed happening as soon as you drop off a platform, actually working to his advantage here, helping him get out of the line of fire. So he gets that boss down.
Yeah, Infinite Mystery knew to blow up that rock wall there, so he either has seen a little something and is not blind in this game, or someone gave him a hint. Because that's one of the first things that you're not going to think of doing, that you need to do. Oh,
yeah.
Watch out for the bomb damage.
If he didn't get that chalice, if he didn't bomb that thing, if he was going in totally blind, I would pretty much just be focusing on enemy at that point. I would have just been like, he's not going to do it. It's just, I would have accepted that and moved on. It's just way too much to figure all that stuff out by trial and error, especially because you'll often run out of bombs and then you just need to die and reset. So imagine if you're getting to like the 3rd or 4th level where you use all your bombs on everything, trying to find the one thing you need, and you run out. Now you need to replay levels 1 through 3 again to bomb indiscriminately all over level 4 again. Gets really out of hand.
Enemy, meanwhile, knows that he has to find some sort of item here, doesn't know which door, so he's just going to try both of them. But he knows this is part of the route. Oh. Wait, where is this?
This is Ammo Town.
This is Ammo Town right here.
Where you get ammo. Is there a 30 hertz flicker going on, or is he just messing around? I feel like everything despawned.
They disappear after time.
All right.
They're only on the screen. In fact, it's hard to collect all of them before they disappear. Did he get the communicator from the first room? I think that he did, right? So he should be all set for this.
Let's hope he did.
I saw he was in the first room. There was nothing there, so he must have picked it up.
Denzel Glovington laying out some of the horrible facts about this game. You can get yourself into some unwinnable situations pretty easily. Definitely a big flaw in the game. I think there's something to it. Having all these cool items and using these bombs to explore things and uncovering things. It's neat. It's cool. But there are some fundamental flaws with this game that I absolutely have to take issue with. As a speedrun, it's actually kind of cool because there's a lot of randomness, which normally speedrunners hate, but it's the kind of randomness where there's just so much of it that it all kind of evens out over the course of a run. So what you end up with is a very flexible sort of thing that you have to be really good at adapting, reading and reacting to what you get and making the most of it. At some point, though, the record gets so optimized that you do end up just needing really good luck, and then that kind of stinks, but it is kind of fun to have a speedrun that is different each time you play.
Enemy right now trying to check what items he needs for this stage. Turns out you don't need to equip any of those items. Really, the only thing you ever need to do is change your gun. You don't need to change the communicators in the speedrun, at least. You just need to have them in order to advance.
Yeah, there's a couple barriers where you need a specific gun to shoot them down, and often they're at the very beginning of a level, so if it's a gun you don't want to use, you can switch to it, shoot it, then die or whatever, switch back to the one you want.
Yeah, did we see anybody fighting that last boss before Super Joe using the three-way gun? Or did everybody switch back to the rocket launcher? I don't remember seeing it, because it is technically faster. If you do the PJ strats there, it is faster to not switch to the rocket launcher and re-enter the level, just to go in with a three-way gun, even though the boss fight is horrible. But I think I saw pretty much everybody exit and then switch.
Enemy gets damage boosted on top of this cart and reacts to the situation correctly by not moving. Just stay on top.
He's got no health. This is hard. This section
soldiers too.
Yeah, this section with his soldiers. Yeah, that's it. He's dead.
Yeah, the thing about the rocket launcher is you don't want to miss.
Right. He's still good on continues. He only has 2 levels to do, so...
Yeah, I think he's going to get through this. Music Guru is talking about Zergriff. 32 hours, maybe it was 39 hours. But yeah, he got all the way to the very end of Super Mario Bros. 3 and then just
The
had to
last
go to
game.
work. He's like, I got to go to work. I value my job more than finishing Mario Brothers 3, which is the very adult thing to do, but a lot of people were a little heartbroken that he stuck it out for so long, got so close, and did not get to finish. But people still sing of the Legend of Zergriff to this day. And much like myths, the tales have been a little twisted over time. Some people say 32 hours, some people say 39 hours.
I heard he was 10 feet tall.
Exactly. We're getting there. Just give it time.
Well, what Enemy can do right here, if he wants to, is climb up 2 more levels and then go into this door on the left, and that'll be a checkpoint for him. So now if he dies, he doesn't have to repeat this whole level. But I don't know if he knows that these doors are checkpoints. So hopefully he just doesn't die. He's got 1 more bar of health left.
Well, if he doesn't know, he knows now, because he is actually listening in on the commentary.
Right. Well, he knows. He'll know effectively 15 seconds from when I said it.
Well,
So
when I
not
say
this
now,
pass,
then it
but
makes
next
sense
time.
to him when I say now.
Right.
All right,
Yeah,
killing
there
these
we go.
soldiers.
That's the problem. That's the problem with having low health.
Yep.
These soldiers will just spawn right there, and there's tiny little ledges. You can't get past them.
You can't even like kind of retreat and go back down. Not really an option. Can you grapple them while they're in parachute mode and like stun them?
I can't even remember. I don't know if you can. I tend to think that you cannot.
That's the only thing I can think of that could possibly help you in that situation. There he is going for the door. He's got the information. Checkpoint.
Checkpoint.
Oh, he giggled, I'm glad. We've had a bit of fun with that, the fact that he's listening over the course of this run.
All right, he's going to take the alternative route up. That's cool. I never go that way. It's neat to see it used. And wow, suddenly no parachutes.
No soldiers.
spawning. Really weird.
Come right in.
They're limited by how many they can have spawned at once, and it may have been that a couple of them parachuted in earlier and were still technically on the screen, even though they were slightly off the screen. So they just were filling up all the soldier slots.
We got
But
two
there we go.
racers.
The boss fight, very
Yeah.
anticlimactic for the
Yeah,
difficulty of
1,
the
2,
level
3
itself.
over.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Obtain-
the case for all the boss fights in this game. I don't know the final
Some
fight
of them.
against the whatever the pelican. What is it? The
Albatross.
Albatross.
Pel- I'll show you the horror of the pelican.
Not like the albatross is that much more terrifying, but you're right.
But
Def-
an albatross is an enormous bird.
It
though,
is
so
very big.
it could
Pelicans are
probably
pretty
kill you.
big, but they're also very silly. The horror of the pelican. Anyway, yeah, that boss is kind of climactic.
Oh, he's stuck. Okay, it's A plus B plus start, and then get that 3-way gun equipped. And this is the point where you probably are going to want to exit the level. Yeah, switch back to a weapon that doesn't suck so much.
Meanwhile, Infinite Mystery is making his way through Wobo War, doing
Wobo Warrior.
Wobo. Well, if you do all the R's and you keep the W's, then you get Wobo. So he's
gonna
making
do the
it
skip.
happen. He's getting bombed by his own bombs quite a bit here. Yeah, I don't know how much help he's getting from chat, but he's definitely not stone cold blind here. He's got some help. He's got some guidance. And that means he may actually finish.
Okay. Yeah, once he gets past Robo Warrior, it should be a little bit easier for a while. I'm not sure what his level of knowledge is of Rygar. That may be a little tough to find your way around if you don't know where you're going. Most of the rest of this stuff, well, I mean, Metal Storm, like we said, that's a tricky game.
I honestly think a lot of these games coming up for him are tricky.
Yeah, we did definitely put the harder ones at the end.
I think even when you know where to go, Bionic Commando's hard, Metal Storm hard, Chrono Conquest hard, Gremlin's hard. Zelda can be hard, and Rygar can also be hard, especially if you're trying to find out where to go on your own. So,
right, yeah, I don't think Rygar is too hard to execute on, but if you're blind, that's one that's going to take you a while. Oh, helicopters! These things are awful.
Yeah,
and that actually is one of the spots where you wish you had a different gun besides the rocket launcher, because if he had kept the 3-way gun, these helicopters would be easy, because you can shoot straight upwards. I like that he goes up here. Oh, he's just going to go exploring. This area that he's walking on right now, there's actually mines there. It's a minefield in the Japanese version, and if you walk over there, you'll die.
There's a cliff here with a sort of infamous cliff skip you can do by repeatedly diagonally grappling and making use of the bounces that happen afterwards. It's a pretty high-level strat. I think we saw Toad get it in his run.
A couple of people got it. Yeah, and Toad, I think, got it just first try, no hesitation.
I think Yogi went for it. He wasn't planning on going for it, but he was kind of being backed into a corner by Jaguar King. He was right there with him the whole way through the race, so he felt like he needed to start going for some of this more risky stuff. So he went for the cliff skip once, didn't get it, decided, I don't think this is the thing to do at this moment.
Yeah.
Backed off on it.
Wow, well, enemy doing pretty well there. He managed to clear out all those helicopters that were tracking him. Whoa, what a risky strat there.
Whoa,
no, watch out that wall.
Whoa, the wall.
So,
Jesus.
man, he did it the hardest way he could have.
Probably. Still showing very strong reactions and improvisation there. This is not an easy game to react to where you can find yourself with these errant grapples. So, downright masterful play there from enemy.
Well, he's got there we go. No more health left. He did not want to take a hit there. But there we go. It's Super Joe. There he is. And then right there, the moment the door busts open, we can switch over to another game. That's Super Joe, who is the protagonist in Commando. So the overhead scenes in Bionic Commando that look like regular Commando, it's not just a coincidence. It was all a nod to that game.
So with game number 15 down, enemy is moving on to the final quarter here.
Okay, I was wondering how much of that text with Super Joe he was going to page through. Because that guy, he'll talk all day. He's been cooped up so long, now he's got to get all his yap out.
Absolutely.
All right, it's Metal Storm time.
He wants to tell you all about the story he wants to write when he gets home. In the screenplay. And he's had some ideas for a song. And he wants to know if you played the bass.
Yeah.
But yeah, enough of him. Moving on to Metal Storm here. Guess what? It's a one-hit kill game. Yeah. This has been a problem for everyone in the race. This game, it gives you some tools to work with. You've got a long-distance attack. You can retreat to the ceiling at any time. And you can get some armor upgrades and stuff to take a hit. But this game moves pretty fast. Sometimes the enemies get projectiles as well. And at the end of the day, you have a big hitbox in a one-hit kill game.
Right. It'll get a bit easier when you get the power-up that lets you do damage when you're changing gravity or changing directions. But still, even that's not really going to do that much for you. The shield will be helpful.
Yeah, you can get a power up for your gun that makes it into a sort of crescent beam thing, and actually changes. I think it changes the hitbox on it, and that lets you actually shoot some really troublesome enemies in a later area. And you can also get a thing that turns you into a fireball when you switch the gravity, that's just cool, man. I mean, switching gravity whenever you want is already a really cool game mechanic. Even if I can never seem to wrap my head around it, I always at least appreciate what's going on there. And
there's a lot of games that do that.
Yeah.
This gravity reversal, but this one does it well, I think.
Especially for an NES game.
Right.
It could have been a disaster, but it actually plays quite smoothly. You can even transition in midair, right? Like so you can go up, down, up, down, up, down, and just kind of like oscillate in the air if you do it right.
Right, exactly. It's got a pretty flexible gravity reversal. Some games that have this gravity mechanic will be pretty stiff in how they do it, and at what part of the jump are you allowed to change directions, and even the input that it takes to change gravity is sometimes kind of awkward. But this game I think does it right. But man, I'm always impressed by how detailed this is. Like everything is so textured. Throughout this whole game, there's just so much going on. It's really busy. It would be a high bitrate game to stream. It's just they just put a lot of detail into it.
Yeah.
A lot of parallax scrolling in the backgrounds, stuff they didn't need to do, but they really wanted to make this look as rich as they could.
Circuitry, all of the lines showing the details on the main character. And that explosion when you die.
The explosion, I was just looking at that.
You never want to see that explosion when you play this game, but every time you do, it's just like, oh, wow.
It's a cool looking NES explosion.
Yeah.
And you're also driving around a very big character. There were a lot of sprite pieces that went into making this, which, again, is pretty unusual to have a character that size in a NES game.
Yeah, and it's got some
like
animation to him,
size.
too. His waddle.
The hater's going to hate strut.
Yeah. I always like to think of him as like Fat Samus. That's all I see. You just widen out Samus's power suit a little bit, get those hips and those thighs nice and chunky, and you end up with Metal Storm here. Stick a thing on the back, and then get upside down. And the music in this game is pretty good too. So there's a lot of things about this game that are really, they're kind of special and are worth noting and talking about and giving it credit for.
When you shoot, if you just hold the button down, do you rapid fire?
I think it comes out in waves that are slightly slower than if you were to mash. I think he is holding the button actually,
Right.
and you're seeing that sort of intermittent.
It seems to be in bursts of 2 or 3. It looks like.
But I think you can mash him out faster than that. So here's this boss thing here. I think you have to back up to kill it in most cases, and I think if you back up too far, it respawns. Okay, did not back up too far.
I believe it does, yeah.
Also, if you get the armor upgrade, you can just run into it. It dies, you keep going.
I seem to remember that when we had this as an SGL goal. Didn't we see people doing armor strats there? I seem to remember that particular little mini boss being a real source of time savings in some people's runs.
Oh. Looks like he was mashing, and it looks like it doesn't make a difference.
Doesn't make a difference. Oh, okay.
So this boss, if you know the pattern, it's going to be at the middle, and then he's going to be on the right. And you can actually follow him and take him out super fast. An enemy did not know the pattern, just reacted to what he saw, got him in 3 cycles instead of 2. Still very fast, very
Pretty solid
easy boss.
fight, though. Yeah.
Nice job. Oh, it's about the bullets on screen, basically.
Yeah. That's what it seems like. So, is this what happens when you game over?
I think you're okay. You're on the same level.
It's the same level, but it's like this exact level that you died on, or is it the beginning of the world that you died on?
Are they even split into worlds? I guess they are.
I thought it's like there's sub
3-1,
things.
3-2. I'm pretty sure you go back to the start of like if you died in a 3-shoe, you would go back to 3-1 on game over.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
But it is an infinite continue game, thank the Lord.
Right, yeah, so at least you have that ratchet of progress. Once you move forward, you'll never have to go back to the previous world again.
As you can see, this level is quite crazy.
One-hit deaths, though, that's...
Yep. You're like, hey, here's this enemy you've never seen before. Guess what? It attacks behind it. Weird, huh? Now you're dead. Like, okay.
Right, now you know. It's
now you
classic.
know for next time.
Yeah, classic NES philosophy. Well, you're dead, but at least you learned something.
So this is a really cool section here where it forces you to use the gravity mechanics in some kind of weird ways, and it only gets better later on in the stage when you have these gates that switch whenever you activate the gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you get to a boss fight, you go back to the start of the stage they're on. Okay. That's kind of annoying. Anyway, this stage wraps around vertically endlessly. Wow, that wall is really fast. You cannot mess around with those crushers. So you can go all the way up off the top of the screen, you end up on the bottom, it just kind of keeps going. You won't even notice that it is doing that because of the way the level is so seamlessly put together.
Yep.
Eventually you'll kind of start seeing some repeat things and be like, wait a minute. Alright, so this time make sure it gets in the center of these things. When they're farther apart, they move awfully damn fast to come together. Here's this thing you tried to avoid before. Luckily it has very little health. It looks quite big and beefy, but...
Pretty fragile. Alright, he's through. We got this level. This is where you really start to see the vertical wrapping.
Yeah. Like you sort of get here and you're like, all right, I die if I go up, I die if I go down. What's going on here? And then, oh, you drop down onto the ceiling, which looks like the floor when you drop down. And then you're like, oh.
Don't those things... Oh. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
You're standing right next to that and I'm thinking, you probably...
If he
probably
hits that button, he's gonna... Yeah, these doors will kill you on contact. So here we go. He dies and he starts at 2-2, not 2-1. So how about that?
Yeah, so thanks for correcting us there in the chat. But the boss goes back to the start of the stage that it was on, not the actual boss fight. Don't stand there, man. Okay.
Well, yeah, no, you do want to stand there because you need to jump, but you need to jump upside. Wow, you tried to
Can't
jump.
You just
and
jump
then
to the
change
little?
gravity.
Can't you just jump down to the left?
Yep, that's what you do.
Yeah, I wouldn't even wait for that.
It doesn't feel natural when you get there. It doesn't seem like that's a thing you should be able to do.
It's just if the world was inverted, you would obviously think of it.
Right,
But because
yeah.
you're on the ceiling,
You'd be like, I just jump up there.
platforming
Of course I just jump up there. I did the thing and now I can jump up there. But now it's like, jump down there. What are you talking about? But once he gets this, I think he's going to realize the crux for almost the rest of the entire level. Although he is opting to do these mid-air transitions.
Yeah, he sort of avoided the whole thing by just doing the mid-air transition, and that's cool. That works too.
Yeah, that's actually part of the speedrun strat, is using mid-air transitions to avoid extra platforming, because you do kind of phase through certain platforms when you do it. But it is certainly more advanced and more risky. Then again, he can hear our commentary, so he's probably clued in that there's an easier way you could be doing this, if he so chooses. But what he's doing works for him, so won't be surprised if he just keeps going with it. Although now this gate is positioned in a way to really screw with him if he tries to do that again.
Oh yeah, what do you do here? Okay, there we go.
I think he can just edge out there.
Yeah, if he gets back into this alcove on the left, then he can just jump straight across.
If he were to go up to the ceiling and switch, I don't know if that door would not...
It might hit him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like, all right, I'm just gonna... So I guess I want to say that the developers had players get past that first obstacle the way he did with the mid-air transfer. And they're like, all right, if they do that, let's set up the second obstacle such that you can't do that anymore and you need to think about these platforms in a different way. That's what I'd like to think. Probably they banged that level out in a day and then spent the rest of their time on these sweet graphics. Wow, jumping in between those fireballs there.
Yeah. Okay, Okay, he's puzzling it out. He'll get it though. There we go, using the arrow, the one-way platforms.
Hey.
He's got
now
that figured out.
He knows he needs to jump up through this arrow, but he's thinking that the wall's going to switch when he does a regular jump, which it doesn't. You end up having trouble differentiating between the jumps that are going to change things and jumps that aren't.
Yeah. It's hard enough to wrap your head around the gravity changing in general, but add in the fact that these platforms also switch.
He just did a loop there around the entire stage. He might have realized it, he might not have. But you can actually just keep falling on that corridor there. So he's getting the hang of this. Starting to get a sense for how he needs to move through these gates here.
It's cool. You don't realize when you're just watching people speedrun this what a puzzle solving is. These levels are all about, trying to solve these little puzzles. When you just see someone blazing their way through it, that same enemy that got him that other time.
Yeah, they put that enemy earlier on so that it wasn't a total dick move when he runs into you at the very end of the stage. But you get so worried about these platforms. And also you forget that you can kill those things very quickly if you go aggressive. They look really aggressive and daunting, that your instinct is to avoid them, but usually better to just go aggressive on them. You got people speculating whether or not Infinite Mystery might be stuck. In Robo Warrior, you can definitely get yourself into some situations where you cannot win the game. There's a lantern you absolutely need at one point that you can lose. You need some flotation devices to get over some bodies of water, and if you don't have those, you're stuck.
Right, it's a pretty complicated run. That's why we were saying it's probably one of the worst ones to do blind.
Look how quickly he's making his way back through this stage here.
Yeah, you're all welcome to jump into his chat and tell him. I mean, I don't know if he has a strict no spoilers policy, but I imagine he doesn't.
Yeah, make sure you ask and find out before you just go.
Yeah, that's true.
Putting spoilers in there. I don't know. He's definitely not completely blind. He does know some things about this game. Mm-hmm. And that's definitely for the best in this situation.
There we go. Enemies through. We got a boss fight. Red alert.
Pretty straightforward boss fight. As soon as you kill one of these things, you can use it to get underneath all of the others. Of course, killing that first one, a little tricky.
Oh, he died at the boss fight and he gets to start at the boss fight again.
Yeah,
but
it's a
I guess the
game over here
take him back.
Send him back, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he paused the game, that or his stream was buffering, but I think he paused here to figure out his first move, because I think he realizes that it came out from the bottom and then the middle. So he's probably figuring these are all going to start firing upwards.
Yeah, got to stay ahead of him.
Although that one didn't fire, so now he doesn't know. Now he's just reacting. And that is hard to react to, so he did it on his first try there, but could not react to that second one.
And then he's letting us know in chat that he does not mind spoilers, so if you want to hop in there and help a brother out, go for it.
Yeah, I think he knew a little bit about what he was going to be getting into, but he decided to dive in blind to all 20 games at the last minute, and that is biting off quite a hunk of NES gameplay. It comes in hunks, apparently. I really cannot keep track of what is going on Infinite Mysteries Robo Warrior Run. Just running around in the darkness, like he's low on bombs, he's low on everything. I don't know if he has the lantern he needs or not. I'm trusting that he's got some people in chat as a guardian angel helping him out. Alright, he's got one down, so that gives you a safe haven to work with from these other guys. I thought you could just shoot up, but I think maybe you need the special wide beam.
Yeah, I think you have to be like right at the edge of the yellow part of the platform, and you shoot up, and then part of your beam will hit the thing. Oh, blasted point blank. Yeah, I guess if you don't know where the laser's going to appear, you want to be over at the left side of the screen just so you have maximum time to dodge. Even though it is slower to fight them from far away.
Yeah. You could go up close and kill them very quickly, but how quickly? You don't know. You don't know if it's going to be quick enough. Because their attacks seem to be distressingly random-ish. Maybe there's a pattern going on that we just kind of can't see.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is.
Those first two are always the same. And the third one seems to be the same. But after that, I don't know.
Jumped right into it.
Yeah. I was thinking. He hasn't died that way yet. Honestly, the smart thing to do would have been to end off the broadcast earlier. I think after a certain point, you've been up so long that you start making bad decisions. Like, why don't I just keep commentating this race?
Well, I may or may not have fallen asleep in my chair for about 45 minutes at some point in there, so maybe okay. Although I was up all night last night just trying to put the finishing touches on the broadcast tools, but still, I'm getting my second win, sort of.
Yeah, I'm still doing okay. My sleep schedule's a little nutso, so being awake at 3 a.m. is not the weirdest thing for me right now.
Oh yeah, sure. This is normally when I would be awake, so I think that's why my body's starting to rally a bit.
You'd fire up your stream right about now.
Right, yeah. This is about time to start learning a random speed game.
So, enemy trying to dodge this weird projectile that these big enemies have. Unable to get out of the way there. So once more to the start of the level. Look at him using the gravity to speed up this section rather than just jumping up the stairs.
I like it. I like these speedrunner instincts.
I guess that's like it's an armor power-up. So he's looking at that and thinking, that looks juicy. But I'd have to abandon everything I got going on to get it. And now he's trying to get back, maybe? Looking for a way to get through this arrow, but I don't think there is. So he's going to have to move on without it. Alfred Chicken NES. That's a game. Bad Breaks, actually. That's a special of his. He was on commentary earlier. He participated in the race, and he's, of course, part of the Best of NES crew. He picks the games. He's the one who organizes a lot of this Big 20 race. So I would not be surprised to see Alfred Chicken in a Big 20.
It could happen. Well, so now he's got a different gun for this boss fight. Maybe he can do the strats where you shoot upwards and, a little bit more to the side. Does it work? Is there a spot where you can do that? I swear I've seen people shooting upwards to kill these things.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that too.
Is it maybe it's not this gun that does it, or maybe he needs to be standing in just the right spot to shoot upwards?
Yeah, maybe it's super precise. He did give it a bit of a shot, though.
Well, either way, this does a lot more damage.
Yeah, it is very strong. So
much better boss fight.
One more of these things left. And he's through. Meanwhile, Infinite Mystery is still struggling with the mystery of a game that is Robo Warrior. Oh, there we go. We got runners chipping us off. 1 frame spot. Killing them faster certainly does help. So now you got these things that are tracing through this detailed background that maybe you admired or maybe you ignored. But now all of a sudden this background matters quite a bit in determining how these guys move.
Speaking of backgrounds, this is probably the busiest one yet. You have side-to-side, like parallax scrolling, that blue stuff in the background, and as you walk, you also get this vertical scrolling of these ladder rungs.
Yeah,
Just
that
so much
doesn't
going
make
on.
any kind of sense. I
I
don't know
don't know, yeah.
what movement they're trying to portray with that, other
They
than
just wanted to have as much stuff happening on screen as they could.
they're like, check it out, I made these bars move when he walks, and they're like, all right,
That's
Put
a
it
cool
in.
effect. Why don't we combine it with 3 other effects?
these arrows are tripping him up a little bit. It's so when you can reverse gravity, you feel like, why should I ever just jump? Why shouldn't I just reverse gravity and go to the ceiling instead of jumping? And then this game puts in these arrow walls and says, this is why. Oh, getting a taste of another mechanic here. Walls that disable only when you're standing on the right side. Ooh. The wide beam there, not quite wide enough to get that enemy.
Go. There we go. Now, as far as he's gotten, let's see if he can figure out this next part. How do you get past those spikes? Can you just make that jump? Oh yeah, you can, no problem.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to, you could switch gravity as you got close.
Yeah, I was thinking it may need to be, that might be a spot where you need to do that, but no, that one you could just jump through.
Backing off, avoiding that enemy who was chasing him down there. So he knows he can just stand there and avoid getting hit, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's a near collision there, but I think he would be safe.
Let's see if he's going to try to take this under route here. He is. So we'll see how this goes. Turns out that's the way gravity needs to be. Ooh.
Yeah, he didn't need to switch gravity, but I think he needed to jump from that platform over on the left.
Yeah. Though what he did could have worked.
Yep.
Just very tricky to execute on.
Right, reverse and then reverse back right when you get just below the spikes.
Yeah, it probably would have been faster too. I know it seems silly to be concerned about speed after the 14th hour of your race, but he's still doing a speed run.
I mean, when you're replaying the same level over and over again, you start to use speed strats. I mean, that's sort of the origin of speedrunning. There's some games that are so difficult that you end up replaying the levels over and over again to get back to where you were. And you gradually turn it into a speed run. Just a matter of, getting bored with playing the same level over and over. All right, but he's got to find an opening here, see if he can make his jump. I think you can't do a full jump from there because he'll bonk into those spikes.
That's actually really tough.
Yeah, Fig Bird, you might go in and ask if if he's accepting a hint or not, rather than watching him just struggle and not having the item he needs.
Yeah, and I'm doing everything I can to stay upright in my chair at this moment.
Order a pizza.
Though asking, I have leftover pizza actually waiting for me. Should I need it? No one ever needs pizza. Well, I feel like I need pizza sometimes, but maybe that's besides the point. Maybe that's not a point at all. Maybe I'm getting kind of tired. My point is that Fig Bird has actually been up about as long as us and has been also playing games for a big portion of it rather than just talking about them. So perhaps asking him to go over and do that because I'm too tired. Maybe didn't think that one through.
Was that a boss fight there?
Yeah.
Enemy just he found the spot.
Found the
He
spot.
just milked it.
You shoot
Wow.
that thing. You just fucking shoot it.
Well,
Stage 3 cleared.
is there, what, 6 stages to this?
Couldn't tell you.
I want to say 6.
All right, let's say 6.
Yeah, well, we'll say it. Who's going to contradict us?
That's the way
No.
it works.
Right? That's the way it works when you got a bunch of people listening to you. No one will contradict you.
It's just the internet.
It's just the internet. No one's going to tell you you're wrong.
So there's some power-ups there in between these enemies. And surprise, they're going to move this way now. Bet you weren't counting on that, now you're dead. Try again.
Yeah, he's probably not going to do the dying while picking up an armor strat to wrong warp. Probably won't see that here.
But we can talk about it a little bit. Basically, you die and pick up the armor that prevents you from dying at the same time. And so the way the game goes through its checks, it says, oh, you have 1 health and you touch this thing, you're dead. And then it says, oh, but you picked up an armor, so you have a well, then it says, oh, you're dead, so we need to end the level. And then, instead of ending the level, it says, oh, but you just picked up armor, so you're not dead? Okay. So
Must
you're
have
not
finished the
dead,
level.
and you ended the level, so you must have finished the level, so let's go to the end of the level. And that's how that works. Very
Yep, that's
fun.
literally what's happening inside
Yep.
the CPU.
Fun little abuse of mechanics there, but it's also frame perfect, grabbing that power up and dying on the same frame. It's probably not too hard to learn just kind of how and when you want to jump. There's a bit of timing to it, of course, but it's the kind of thing players did go for in their races. Toad landed the first
Got
one.
at least one of them.
Yep. But enemy has not had a chance to practice such things.
Yeah, and this is what I'd say. The skips are really what broke this game wide open, because this game, a couple people had run. I know Uranium Anchor had been running this for years, and suddenly the times, like the existing times, just got crushed because of those skips. So it was always interesting to see a game that's had a bit of a speedrun history just get completely turned on its head by new tech. One of the reasons why, in general, we like glitches in speedruns, even though the average YouTube commentator hates it when people use glitches. Anyone who's actually in the know understands that they keep the games fresh and alive. Routes changing all the time.
So I think this is the boss part of this level. It's kind of hard to say. The whole level is waiting inside this box and dealing with things that come at you. But I believe this is the boss part of this stage. You can tell by all the explosions that happen when it dies. But actually, that was not the boss. But so many explosions. Or maybe this is the next level. I don't know. Probably not. This was not one of the games I looked up the tutorial for before doing commentary. This was one of the games I decided to lean on some of my co-commentators a little bit. I looked up the Death Warp because I thought that was really interesting. And I was very familiar with a lot of the core mechanics, but the specifics of the level layouts are quite new to me.
Yep, we do happen to be on the Metal Storm soundtrack while we're watching Metal Storm, so it's a nice little coincidence.
Yeah, this game's got a good soundtrack in addition to a good look. And it plays well. Say what you will about the difficulty or the unfairness of the one-hit kill or whatever.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid game. I'd say this is maybe one of the real breakout hits of this set as far as games that a lot of people probably haven't played, but maybe they appreciate it now that they've seen it or played it.
Was enemy doing mid-air transitions to hover in the middle there?
It sure looked like he slowed down, but I couldn't tell if it was because of lag or what.
Yeah.
It looked like he slowed down when he was in the middle of that jump.
That would have been a pretty advanced thing to just kind of bust out.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Infinite Mystery's starting this run again, I think, right? This is back to the first stage.
Yeah, I can't tell if he was still doing that doomed run where he didn't have what he need to finish or what. But he is
maybe
back
that
at the
he
start.
realizes. Yeah, back at the start, it may be that he realizes that he just didn't have the items he needed.
Our enemy had the smart plan of trying to hang out on one side of the screen there. Fortunately, you do get hit. Oh, this big enemy's back. And guess what? There's one behind you. Now you're dead. Oh, you do have to touch a platform before you can hover again.
Yeah, I don't think it's like VVV where you can just keep doing it back and forth. Yeah, it was probably just lag that was making it look like he was hovering there. He just took a hit there, I think, right? And used up his armor?
Mm-hmm. Got into that thing a little too early. Yeah, there's the lag.
Mm-hmm.
Takes them both out pretty cleanly. So now he knows things coming from behind, but guess what? Its hitbox is also bigger than you thought it was.
It's got the shield. Ooh, man. A hard level. Force yourself into a reset. Oh, you mean just like getting to an area and continuing but not having any of your power-ups, so you're just kind of underpowered?
Probably talking about Robo Warrior.
Oh, Robo Warrior. Okay, yeah. That one
Yeah.
you can definitely force yourself into a reset. Sure.
We saw enemy almost soft lock the game in a weird way. He kind of didn't have what he needed. Like, he had no more bombs, and he managed to scroll the screen in a way such that he couldn't get to any of the enemies on screen, which he would need to either kill for more bombs or to have kill him. And eventually one of them did start sort of flying on his vertical position so that he could actually get hit by it and die. And he didn't want to reset because he still had extra lives. So he was just wandering around waiting for enemies to finally make their way to him so that he could get hit and die and keep going. Oh, so he remembered the enemy this time, took him out, and then got caught by surprise by a sudden direction change. Once more, enemy goes into 4-2 here. So we're seeing some new stuff there for just a little bit before getting completely trapped. Game over. Infinite Mystery losing a whole bunch of health there to some of these enemies. But he's got that refill. Infinite Mystery being very careful as he picks his way through this level. Gets that key he needs. Ooh. Just dodging that awkward green ball thing. And moving on to the boss here. I think he's got full lives this time. Smartly shooting these annoying things on the sides that pincered him against the wall last time. Now focusing on this floating red whatever it is that seems to be mostly defenseless.
Yeah, what is this thing's plan? Just...
Well, it had things defending it, but...
I guess, yeah. Just rely entirely on those.
Yep, just say what's going on, I'm just bouncing here. Welcome to my level, or whatever. But it's dead. Stage 4 cleared, moving on to 5. We're gonna see a new level. It's not a crazy stuck-in-a-box level, it's... Actually, these lasers are quite annoying to deal with. As enemy is about to find out.
It's got this loud plaid pattern in the background. I like it. It's like lime green and blue.
Yep.
It reminds me of those old cartoons where you see like a guy in a loud suit, but like this texture on the suit will be fixed to the background, not to the actual moving thing.
As he moves, he's like, it looks like he's kind of shimmering in a weird way, or
yeah,
he should be moving, but he's not moving, but he kind of moving. Maybe if you had a Scottish friend who was a fan of the Seattle Seahawks, you might get him a kilt with such a pattern. Yeah, these lasers have some really big hitboxes. Oh, guess what? There's a laser wall chasing you the whole level. Surprise! Can't take your time. Start running. Oh, you didn't kill that thing super fast. Oh, it's going to shoot you with lasers right away. Saw a lot of players get stuck here.
Yeah. He is on the 5th stage right now.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 6 stages plus a boss rush. So our random guess was sort of correct. But he's almost there. He's got to get through this one and the next one, and then boss rush is no joke.
Yeah. Also, there's a pretty complicated boss coming up that is probably going to trip him up a little bit.
Is it the 3 moving platform things that you have to shoot? Yeah, that is the hardest boss. I remember watching people really practice the heck out of that one for this.
So enemy now is focusing on moving through as fast as he can here. Unfortunately, he does not have the upgraded attack, so he can't quite kill these laser wall things as fast as he wants to. So he's forced to kind of play around with them a little bit. But he's skipping as many as he can. Guess what? There's one on the wall over there. Now you're dead. But now you know. Retry. If this game wasn't so good to play and look at and listen to, stuff like that might be really, really frustrating. But as it is, you just kind of shrug your shoulders.
Alright, he's taking the laser out. So far, so good.
Yeah, you went point blank there.
Man. I'm getting frustrated just watching.
If you have the wide laser, I think you can actually zone them out a little bit, similar to that boss we were talking about.
I see that, but yeah, he has to actually duck into their area of effect to fire and then get away when they actually shoot the lasers.
Kind of like that one will turn around and fire into the wall if you go too far to the left.
Yeah, I saw that. It shoots the opposite way.
All right, let's see how he approaches this situation now, knowing there's a laser on the wall waiting for him. Just going to pop up and shoot it a little bit. It's going to take a while, but I think he's earned enough time here that the laser wall is quite a ways back.
He's wondering if he can squeeze in that little gap. But now he's just going to go right past it. You don't need to kill it, man. Oh, he wants that power up. Okay.
He's got it. In and out.
Yeah, now he's got to be... Look at that. See, he had to be wary there because he knew he could scroll the screen and get a laser to appear in his face, and that's exactly what happened. But he was ready for it that time. Now he's thinking, can I just get out of here?
Oh, yeah, smartly waiting for these things to fire once more. Ceiling go. But not over yet.
No, there's the laser wall
and
following
he does,
him.
yeah, I bet he was wondering, I wonder if there's a second laser wall. There's a second laser wall.
Oh. Uh-oh, don't get boxed in. That's what these kind of levels are all about. Oh, what? How are you supposed to avoid that?
Giant
so cheap.
wave of garbage.
Yeah, what the heck? Alright, here we go. Whoa, I was going to say this level doesn't look so bad, and then suddenly lasers appear out of nowhere. Oh my gosh.
It's hard to
sadistic.
Get started here. Work your way through to kill that one so that
you can probably duck underneath the bottom laser, right? He doesn't need to kill those.
Maybe.
I mean, time is of the essence. He doesn't want to get stuck behind that wall.
Getting inside that little cubby there. He could switch gravity while he's in there. Whoa, you're right. Goes with the duck.
Yeah. Oh, the laser, of course, fires through the wall at him.
Of course. He should have known. He
spawns.
saw that earlier one shooting through the wall. Come on. Of course lasers go through walls.
This game is trying to teach him that he's not safe anywhere ever.
Yep. An important lesson for a youngster to learn. Never trust anyone or anything.
Thanks, Metal Storm. Alright. He's moving on. It looks like, did the things that he killed last time remain dead? Because I thought there were more lasers this time.
No, I think a lot of the things you're thinking of were at the very end of 5-1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's
yeah,
kind
you're
of
right.
a breather here. Although, no,
similar.
that laser was totally dead.
There's the one in the ceiling that I thought was there the first time.
You're right. You were right.
But now he's got to worry about these random energy waves that I don't even know what they're coming from. They just kind of come on. Look.
There's an enemy that is the same color as the background, making its way from right to left. And when it reaches the left side of the screen, it spits that thing out behind it. If you're watching on a low bitrate, tiny little thing, I wouldn't blame you for not being able to see it.
The first laser it's just the first laser that despawns.
Weird.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't know the speedrun route for this. I've played this casually, but I really don't know which enemies respawn and which ones don't.
But if you kill the enemy, it spawns one of those damn things.
Hmm.
Oh, there's some power-ups down there. He'll take those. That one that comes from the front. What a dick move. So we got that armor, so he's not dead. Man, these attacks. Oh, you're safe there.
Power-ups this time.
I wonder if the shield would help you against these laser wall things.
Looks like it does. Look at that. And quite a generous invulnerability period.
Well, the armor certainly will, but that blue shield you can get in front of you, wherever you aim, I wonder if that would let you just walk right through those things.
Oh, I see. So those things come from killing the enemies. If he just left more enemies alive, he wouldn't have to deal with those. Oof. Trying to go fast.
Oh, they throw the waves when they hit the back wall and when you kill them. So that's why the ones that were spawning in front of him, which seemed like really mean, those ones you can at least avoid. Also, they seem to always spawn in front of you. You just don't notice it because you're always moving up and down through that section. Alright. Is he going to go to the ceiling? He is.
Mm-hmm. Not gonna make the
Ever
same
so
mistake
slowly scrolling these things on screen. They are firing as soon as they are on screen. He knows these things are... Oh, duck! Okay.
again. Man. Dangerous spot there.
I think he knows there's... Ooh.
Cut it a little close. A little too close. Well, he's got all his lives back. Unlimited continues. He's okay.
Well, it looks like Infinite Mystery's got his flotation device he needs in this section. So hopefully, the guiding hand of chat will see him through Robo Warrior. Playing it nice and safe here. This thing is going to turn around and follow him. Doesn't quite get in there.
Yeah. So he's through. We got a boss fight. Oh, this is not the boss that I thought it was. I guess it's the next stage. It's got the really obnoxious boss.
Yeah, this guy's actually okay, I think. Doesn't have the laser power up, unfortunately. So this boss isn't going to go down like paper mache. It's more like stiff cardboard. But it's stiff cardboard with laser guns, so...
It's tricky. I mean, these lasers, they move predictably, it looks like, but still, there's just a lot going on. You have to think fast.
They're so small.
Yeah, they're very small, and you have to be jumping to hit the boss, so you have a little bit less control over where you are positioned. when you're dodging these things. Man, he's doing a great job of avoiding those. All right, we're in a different boss mode. Now we've got...
Also, take it back. This boss has a lot of health.
Yeah, that boss is taking some time. He was in the next phase, though. And I think it's his last life on this continue.
If you could shoot diagonally, though, this would be all over.
Oh, yeah. Need a angle up or an angle up button on the shoulder.
Yep. Maybe Super Metal Storm.
Right.
We'll use the R button.
Alright.
The way those lasers just cut all of a sudden.
Yeah, it looks pretty tough to avoid those things. Even harder than the diagonal lasers. Because these change directions. Yeah, see right there, I got trapped in there.
Yeah, we don't do a special race for blind the people. That sounded like we have something set up for people with disabilities. Now, if people want to enter the race without any prior knowledge of the games, they can. They just jump in there. So they take a long time, obviously, to get through 20 games blind, but they're chugging.
Alright, playing it safe along here.
I like the frames of animation between ducking and standing. It actually looks quite fluid. Even if it's only a couple of frames. But the animation really gives a lot of character to what is otherwise a pretty characterless robot.
Well, using up his armor there.
Yeah, a really aggressive speedrun might have done that on purpose, but I really doubt that was his plan.
Yeah, not so early in the fight. Alright, we got a third form now. This one looks slightly more manageable than the previous one. And laggier.
I guess. It can be a little unclear about where these hitboxes is. There was one where, you need to get to this.
Oh,
does
see
not
that
need
one
the
right there.
transition. Yeah.
Could he have ducked that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think he probably needed to do a ceiling swap there
Yeah.
to get by that one. That was pretty much the worst position. I think any of the other ones he could have avoided.
Also, this boss apparently never dies. Interesting fact.
This
Infinite
boss has
health.
infinite health. No one has managed to beat this.
Yep. So he's starting to get a little careless now. He's tired of these long, drawn-out fights that don't end in victory, so the tendency is to speed them up a little bit, and that means you get a little risky. So he gets caught by a laser there. He's going to have to go through 5-2 again. There is that P power up in that crazy laser grid of death. That would help quite a bit against the boss. I don't know if he's opting not to get it or if he honestly just doesn't see it. It blends in with the walls around it.
Ooh, what a rough spot to land there.
The backgrounds are so busy that they actually do a pretty good job of hiding power-ups, which are not they're not given very bright, outstanding palettes. They have these kind of dark, muted palettes. Makes them pretty hard to spot. Oh, Infinite Mystery is down to his last bomb here. He got a candle. So we'll see if he has any missiles or anything to work with. But the only choice here is to farm enemies that come your way for bombs, one at a time. That's not a fun place to be. So he has to choose here. Does he bomb these blocks and try to get more bombs, or does he start bombing through this wall? Elects to bomb the blocks, does not get what he wants. And now he's just hoping more enemies come through. There's only a couple ones that can actually get to him from where he is. Thankfully, they seem to be spawning fairly regularly, also destroying him as well. That ghost thing just gets right on top of him, takes away a big chunk of his health. It looks like he does have a lightning bolt. I think that's the thing that clears the screen. There is definitely something that does that. I don't know if he has it available to him, or if he even knows about it. So he's not stopping to kill some of these guys. Okay, so the lightning does seem to clear the screen of enemies at least, not quite blocks. But we did get some bombs for killing those guys, so worked a little bit there. Needs more though. Needs more bombs.
So there's that P power up. I'm not sure. Is he? Oh my gosh, what a risky way to do it. Well, he lost his armor getting it, but he did get it.
Can you shoot through the red stuff to kill those gates? I guess not, but
You don't think it's possible to kill that laser?
I don't know.
Well, here we go. Look how fast he changes modes right into red mode.
Yep.
Just a few seconds. What a difference. And now he's into green mode.
One of the situations where offense is the best defense, I think.
Yeah.
If you had to choose between armor and power, I would definitely go power here.
It's very generous. This game lets you keep your power-ups when you die.
Mm-hmm. Except for the armor power-up, since you lose it
Well, yeah,
by
you
dying.
lose it to die. Yeah.
Except when you pick it up when you die. Then things get crazy.
Cooperative boss just waiting there at the bottom so he doesn't even have to jump to shoot him. Hey, we got a fourth form. And we're back. Oh, it's just switching between the other forms.
Oh, it's going
Right.
crazy. Wow, wow. Ducking those lasers, cooperating. Jeez, he goes nuts. I was going to say, when you said fourth form, it hadn't changed yet. I think you were a little ahead of me.
Right.
So I was going to be like, it's rainbow flavor or something. And then sure enough, it rapidly
was.
switched between multiple colors.
Well, I think, though, this is going to be a new thing for him now. He's going to get that power up again this time and probably do a lot better.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be stuck here for long now that he knows about that power up.
I imagine he would have been quite crestfallen if he did not know about that power up and finally got to that point and then saw the boss go berserk like that, and he'd just be like, come on.
Right.
Infinite Mystery's got more than one bomb. See how he decides to use it. I don't know exactly how much chat direction he is getting. But that could drastically impact his ability to get through with limited resources here. It's one thing to have people tell you about some of the cryptic BS that this game has, but it's another for them to hold your hand and tell you exactly where to go and how to use your items, and so we don't know exactly what his situation is.
Well, enemy takes his one hit a little bit sooner than he wanted to, I think. But we're into rainbow mode.
Yeah,
what a pattern.
Green didn't last long.
Not fair.
How did Yogi do? He got third. I think he did quite well. No real big mistakes that are going to be bothering him. Lots of little mistakes in places.
Hey, we got it now. Yeah, I think he was a little unhappy that he didn't get to do his RNG manipulation.
Oh, for Clu Clu Land.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got Yogi's name all over it. An audio cue in the menu to manipulate RNG.
Mm-hmm. And now we get to see some stage 6 from enemy.
Whoa, it's a vertical auto scroller thing.
Well, it's
those are not useful words to describe what's going on.
Yeah, it wraps around vertically like a lot of the other levels do, but only one screen tall, so
yeah,
you get that instant wraparound.
And the platforms also are moving.
The platforms are also moving, yes.
And these gates open and close based off of which direction you're facing. If you stand on top of one and switch, that's going to be bad news. And of course, the way these platforms are oriented, sometimes you don't want to be underneath them, you want to be on top of them, but these gates force you to change. Oh, gets that power up there. Or maybe that was just points, I didn't quite see. It is kind of fun to not have to worry about dying off the bottom of the screen, though. Enemy getting a little aggressive there. Oh, yep, guess what? When you wrap around, you enter that hitbox from the bottom. Infinite Mystery is close here, but he drowns and that's a game over. So the heavy sigh once more into period 2-2. Meanwhile, enemy getting to some new stuff here in Metal Warrior. Trying to take it easy and hang out and assess the situation, but getting shot at by some turrets, forcing him to move.
Well, he's moved on to the next part of the stage.
panicking a little bit there as he got off the top of the screen and knew there was a chart enemy in the wall there. See, you see that enemy way up at the top of the screen, and you think, I need to get away from him. It'll be safe if I go down here. And then you instantly wrap around and end up right next to it. Yeah, that's true. Metal Warrior. Robo-Storm. I may have called it Metal Warrior.
No, that was me. Or did you?
I think I also did.
I didn't even notice because that sounds so normal to me.
Not recently. I think it was pretty early on. All right, enemy through some of that tough stuff. Red alert. It's a boss. Guess what? The walls and ceiling will kill you. Now you know.
Fun boss, kind of clever design here.
Yeah, he's
Platform and boss.
very quickly picked up on the gimmick here.
Right.
So who's your money on? Does Infinite Mystery beat Robo Warrior, or does Enemy beat Metal Storm?
I feel like probably Metal Storm.
That's where I'm leaning to.
Because he's just got this stage. He's got to do that boss, and then he's on to the boss rush, and that's it. That's the end of the thing, the game.
I think there's just too much crap that can happen in Robo Warrior for him to get a clean enough run through the rest of this game to catch up to Enemy here.
Well, catch up in terms of beating his game before Enemy beats his game. Yeah. Yeah, the Metal Storm boss is tricky. I think that's probably the boss that I've seen people practicing the most. Yeah, Infinite Mystery definitely is making the most of his situation here. He may surprise us. We'll see. Maybe he will end up beating this before Metal Storm gets finished.
I forget what kind of resources you have available to you in the boss refights.
Yeah, I don't know.
So having to do that hard boss again without the power upgrade
Right.
could be a pretty big sticking point for Enemy. Enemy trying to figure out, how the hell do I get past this gate without killing myself?
Yo, you do get a weapon upgrade before the boss rush.
Okay. Yeah, I felt like I saw people tearing through those boss rushes.
Oh man, enemy going all out there, but pretty risky stage to be doing that in. All these blind jumps. Yeah, Big 20 number 4 had a huge increase in the number of people, right? We had 31 people finished the last one, plus 6 forfeits, so 37 up to the high 40s now, so that's really good. There were, I think, 47 or 49 people or something like that entered this.
I think split
49.
the difference. I think it was 48.
Okay.
Really?
Sure.
You're probably looking at it.
Oh, no, I see 42 plus Enemy and Infinite Mystery plus 4 forfeits.
Yeah, there you go.
8. 48. Up from 37, so... Yep. Biggest one yet.
Yeah, biggest improvement yet as well, so...
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just skipped 50 next time. Just get right into 60 people.
Commentating the whole time?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
As a team, we've had a commentary going.
We've been taking shifts to go and eat and maybe fall asleep briefly in front of the computer.
Eat pizza,
Right.
dinner, talk to the cat. You know, what needs to...
That's right.
Things that need to happen.
Important stuff that's got to be done. Well, Enemy really having a rough go with that boss fight. Let's see if he can do better the second time, now that he's prepared. It's just making, like, this jump right there. That's hard, because you got to wait for that thing to be close to the ceiling, but not too close, because you don't want to hit the ceiling, but not too far away, because you're not going to make it all the way to the other platform. So, a difficult balance to be struck there.
You make those first 2 jumps, and you're like, all right, I'm doing it, and then you get to that one, and you're like, oh, god damn it. That's been the pattern so far for Enemy. Yeah, last time we didn't go quite so long. Though I think the first person to finish a game here is where we're going to call it.
Yeah, we're probably going to call it after one of these guys finishes the game they're currently on, and we'll just raid one of these guys, stream raid one of them. Here we go, Enemy's got the pattern figured out. Oh, too high up. Yeah, you gotta jump the moment that platform starts to lift off the ground. Too high up. I think, did he just jump and not clear the edge of the platform and it just pushed him into the ceiling?
An alternate strategy is to use the gravity switch, I think, and get on the other side of these things. I think that's something you can do. I think they have bottoms as well as tops.
Right. Well, I mean, if you see someone doing this who's put in a lot of time practicing this boss fight, they can actually hit all 3 of them. They can hit the ones to the side as well as the one above them and the one they're standing on. So you're kind of doing damage to all 3 of them at the same time if you want to be able to get the fast kill. Yeah, so Enemy trying to deal with some of these blind jumps across the screen transition boundary there. Pretty tricky to avoid running into the enemies that you can't even see because they're half off the screen. The floor doesn't kill you if you do that boss upside down. Really? I'm using some strategy here to try to get through intact. I don't think he's been hit yet on this attempt. No, I think he just got hit there. Just really trying to get that armor to last. Just going with the same strat. It was sort of working for him. Just gotta watch that ceiling. Close one. Thought he was going to touch the ceiling there. We'll start to see these things change colors, but so far nothing. There we go. We got our first red one. Uh-oh, he's one. What are you going to do? That one platform disappeared. Alright, trying again. This is just a matter of patience. The boss doesn't even fight back. You just have to stick to your pattern and be diligent. Another game over for Infinite Mystery. Enemy taking some damage there. Yep, and there's the second hit. Well, I think what you're trying to do is get them all to turn red, and then you just kill all three of them at once. Or yeah, or you can kill them in the right order. Yeah, where the platform left him stranded. I think you gotta sort of plan ahead for how you're gonna finish that fight off. Right, yeah, you get them all to red first, because it looks like once they turn red, they don't have very many hits left, so you can count on being able to kill them, you know, in a known amount of time if you see they're already red.
Good
Yeah, that is
morning,
super tricky.
Batuski. Waking up in chat to the end of this race, unfortunately. Some of us, it's actually very late rather than early. I've seen it 100 times now, but that explosion still looks really good. And you die in Metal Storm.
I couldn't tell if enemy took a hit there.
He did.
He did, so he's out of his. He doesn't have any more shield. Okay. What? Oh.
Anyone on Guerrilla War as a kid? I did not know of it until SGL, basically. It showed up
Neither,
as
I
a
didn't know about it
bonus
until
game.
PJ showed me. Yeah, we had it as a bonus game that time. No, actually, it wasn't even. We just looked it up. PJ and I were looking for co-op NES games, so we just looked at the Wikipedia article for all the co-op games. We're like, what the heck is this game? Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
Rep, we're
still
trying.
going.
We're trying to stay. We're trying to stay awake and focused here.
We finally picked an endpoint. We decided when one of these guys beats the game they're stuck on, that's going to be it. We also decided every time enemy dies in Metal Storm, you drink. Every time Infinite Mystery hits himself with a bomb, you drink.
You order, right? You order a pizza every time you change gravity in Metal Storm.
Cha-ching.
Right, 3,000 pizzas stacked up behind us here. All right, he's through the level. Let's see if he can execute on this boss fight. I think he's got a bit better of an idea now how he wants to do this fight. He was really getting into the rhythm last time, so I think we're going to see some good results here.
Yep, in addition to timing it well, you can also just make sure you get right out on the edge of those platforms.
Yeah, when you're making that very far gap, you got to be way to the left on the platform. Oh, just waited a little too long to jump there.
And that boss fight goes on forever! I bet that P power-up, if it's even around, would make a really big difference there.
I don't think that there is one here. I mean, I'm looking. I don't see one unless it's like hidden, or you have to kill an enemy to get it or something.
Yeah, you let the platform scroll 10 times and then...
Right. It's like, joke's on you. It's not really an infinitely looping platform. Yep. Yeah, I don't see anything. I think there's nothing here.
So has enemy figured out a way to get through this section without taking a hit?
He's gone through there without a hit a couple of times.
Okay. Because I still don't really see it. I feel like it's either spikes or laser.
He's sort of winging it, though. Like it seems to me like he's doing a slightly different thing each time. And he's already taken his hit.
Patuski unable to beat Robo Warrior. I don't doubt it. We've talked quite a bit about some of the cryptic BS this game has going on. Well, not really cryptic. It's not like there's a weird old man who's telling you bomb left of block for special thing. It's more just obtuse. Big explosion at well gives goodies.
I'm wondering if he can be standing, rather than being on the right side of the screen as he does these platforms, what if he was on like the middle or like the left middle part and was jumping onto the next green one as it's coming down the left wall instead of jumping onto it when it's coming along the floor.
Well, jumping along the way he's doing it is giving him shots at the one moving away.
Yeah, that's true. He hits the ceiling one every time he jumps. All right, don't kill the red one. See, he knows. He didn't kill the red one. He knows what to do now. He'll get this. All right, 2 red ones. 3 red ones. Here we go. What's your end game here? Did not have an end game. He killed the platform that he needed there. But that's the farthest we've seen him get. All 3 of them red.
Yep. He could have taken his time and just started, jump roping on these things until he kind of figured out what he wanted to do. But every single cycle he would do that. He would be risking that he loses focus and drops it. So he opted to just, they're almost dead. Just shoot them all. Try to make it happen. Didn't work out for him. So he died to some spikes off screen there. Toad did win this race a long while ago, but Toad practiced like a madman, and both of these players jumped into this race completely blind, never practiced any of, well, that's, maybe they practiced a little bit, they've played some of these games before, but certainly no real speedrun practice on any of these games, but they still jumped into this big 20 game race. So they are still going here, coming up on the 16th hour.
Good night, Big Zeef.
Congrats to you as well. I think he was top 30. Definitely made an impression.
He was 32.
Oh, just outside. Made an impression for sure. At the end, with the ending celebration, that was fun.
And Infinite Mystery is still determined to do this without taking a restart. He's going to do it from this continue. He's going to do it.
Wait, do the spikes flip when you flip?
I don't think they do.
No, they
no.
don't. Okay. Don't worry. I don't know what to. Basman, Baseman, but 5-man, Batman with a 5. All the races have actually gone on this long, or close to it. Normally, what happens is the mainstream shuts off, and we go raid one of the other guys who are still racing. But this time, we decided to go a little longer. But we are about ready to wrap it up here, so we decided that next time one of these guys beats this one of these games that they're stuck on, we would go raid them and congratulate them, cheer them on to keep going. They could definitely use the support after 15, 16 hours.
Confetti poppers. Good morning.
It's almost morning over here.
It's past 4 a.m. It's essentially morning.
For some people, this is morning.
Right. Yep, past the 15-hour mark.
I think the longest I've played games on stream and like with an eye towards being competitive, like a timer was running. I did a blind run of Zelda, and that was 9-10 hours or so. And I was completely done after that. So the idea of 15 hours non-stop, that's really something.
Well, I've definitely streamed for 15 hours before, but it's usually several different projects, not just one thing that goes on.
Well, these guys are jumping around to different games.
Yeah, they sure are, right?
So I think that's a fair comparison. Not everyone is Feasel streaming 15 hours. You're no Infinite Mystery, but you can go pretty long.
I guess, but some people really do stream 15 hours like every time they stream, and I admire that kind of stamina. But usually, if I do a really long stream like that, I gotta recuperate a bit.
Yeah, you're a different sort of Feasel at the end of those 15 hours.
Yeah. Me getting a little boxed in here. He'll make it though. Wow. Gravity reversal to avoid hitting those spikes.
Nice. So he's got his armor here moving into the boss fight. That'll help a little bit.
That's good. Let's hope he doesn't just burn it immediately.
What is that? Jinx. Jesus.
I'm just thinking if it was me. Oh, what? Did he have the armor? Or does the floor kill you?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you'd be able to jump off of the floor if you had the armor.
I thought that you could. Maybe he didn't have the armor still. Be interesting to see if we could have one of these races where the players beat 20 games 5 times in a row. So 100 games, but it's just 20 of them duplicated. The people who finished first in the race today would probably be finishing about now.
Well, assuming they could keep up that same pace and that same focus for 5 times as long.
Well, I mean, a little slower. They were all under significantly under 3 hours. So,
Were
assuming
they?
the time goes up by a couple minutes each loop.
It was like 247 and 257, wasn't it?
Yeah, 247, 257, and 258. So yeah, their exhaustion would probably cause the time to go up by more than just a minute or two.
I wouldn't put it past Toad, though.
He did the 24-hour Marble Madness stream.
Right.
Even if we horribly jinx the runners. You know, if I say, let's hope he doesn't die, and he dies, it's not really my fault, because probably if I didn't say anything, he still would have died. I mean, this is a really difficult part of the game. But yeah, it's the commentator's curse that does happen a lot.
Normally, I'd agree with you, but in this case, enemy is actually listening to our commentary.
That's true, so maybe
would
it does
have
have an
it would have a delayed effect,
Right.
but everything we say is somehow influencing his decisions. Jump!
Watch out for that thing. Slow down.
Now we wait 15 seconds.
Just see if something gets screwed up.
Just completely errant jump. But yeah, you can start to think a little too much about what the people are saying and lose focus. So maybe we should talk a little bit about what's going on with Infinite Mystery, but I feel like I just don't know enough about RoboWarrior to talk about the specifics of what's going on here. All I can do is tell you he's in a bad way. Does not want to restart, is trying to make it happen with these limited resources. It is possible. It is possible. But you can lose a lot of health really fast in this game.
Well, 6-2 again. This is the last stage that he needs to get through. It's nothing but a boss rush after this. So he is in the final stretch.
Process. Am I supposed to say process?
Process.
Yeah, the A thing is like for Maritimes. The people out there, you'll actually see that weird use of A. Also, like regular people also use A when they want to prompt a response. And I'm always afraid to use it in that way, just because of the stereotype. But yeah, someone called me out on an Aboot earlier, and I was like, oh. To be fair, it's not. It's in a. I remember Darkwing pointed this out. Darkwing Duck actually studied. What is the word for studying languages? But like specifically like the sounds of languages and the syllables. But yeah, he knows quite a bit about it. So it's actually it's not in a boot. It's more of a butt that come an sound rather than an sound. Whereas you have an O sound, about a W sound. Linguistics? Yeah, let's say linguistics.
I think you were looking for a more specific term than that, but maybe there isn't one.
Phonology? That could be it.
Mm-hmm.
I would be happy if I could have pulled linguistics out of my head, though. I was really hurt one day when I found out that I was a stereotype. Like I thought I was just like a white dude.
You thought you talked normal, just
Um,
like whatever normal might be.
well, not even
That's
just
what
the way
you-
I talk, but like the way I dress and my general attitude towards things. And then I saw this ad. It was SNL skit on like New Balance shoes. And I had New Balance shoes. It was weird. But yeah, it was like there's a guy like I always make sure I leave the house with my plaid button-up shirt and a spare one in my backpack in case I sweat through this one. And I wear New Balance shoes or something. And like it hit on like all these really weirdly accurate things about me. And I was like, oh my God, I'm a stereotype. Oh no. New Balance shoes, apparently. Dang. Heavy-set white dude. A little nerdy.
So what's I am doing right now?
It's wandering around in the dark again. I don't know. It feels bad. Oh, is that it? The wide shoes? I do have triple E wide feet. For a long time, I actually wore size 12 because that was what it took to get wide enough shoes. And then it turns out I'm actually a size 8.5. Yeah, I'm a little nerdy because I'm not watching. I'm up here talking, entertaining, performing.
Not to downplay the nerdiness
Yeah.
side of it, because
That's why
come
it's
on,
not full
to be
on.
realistic.
Nerdy. And when I interact with other people, I say, oh, I do this weird thing sometimes where I talk into a microphone on the internet. It's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. You can think of it kind of like a radio thing. Like I know how to contextualize it that way.
Like radio, something that the kids will understand.
Well, I'd be talking to someone my own age.
Right. Oh.
Bumps his head on the
Misses,
ceiling.
gets pushed into the wall.
I guess the armor did work there.
It did, but then he didn't manage to get back up on the platform because it was pushing him, I guess.
Oh wait, I only see one half of the story, and I already know where it's going. Figbird told people at his race he was doing at his work that he was doing a marathon race. Wow, like a full 26K?
It's like, no, I'll just be sitting in one place for a few hours.
But it's like a lot of hours though.
It's a marathon. It's a lot of time to sit in one chair.
I used to talk about people doing blind speedruns a lot, and
Yeah.
my friends thought it was literally blindfolded. Not
Right. Like,
Because
man, how do you
they-
do that?
Yeah, because they heard about the Mike Tyson stuff, so they knew that that's a thing.
All right, we got one red one, two red ones. Gotta wait another cycle to get the third red one. There it is. Okay, what's your end game here? He's thinking about it. He's taking some time to plan.
Yeah. The longer he thinks, though, the more he opens himself up to jumping into
Oh,
the ceiling.
he killed the exact wrong one.
He was like, all right, clearly I just have to shoot one of these things. Shoot, damn it. Words that have an OU. Now, does that include words where Canadians add in the U? Like I would, if I say honor, it's not really an O sound. Yeah, the U is superfluous, so not a word like that. So a word like about.
Got
But then
two red
Americans don't do like a bat, unless you're Australian.
Oh, what was he trying to do there? Was he trying to like shoot downwards at the one that he was standing on or something? And then fall onto the one below it?
It's Una. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Superfluous. Oh man. That's how I know how late it is. The word humor is not just bringing a smile to my face, it's straight up cracking me up. Infinite is doing it. It's got 6 bombs. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of commentating about myself, but when you get in these holding patterns, see, at this point something new happened. Infinite Mystery is finally moving on from 2-2. So at this point, I'd rally myself, stop talking about whatever the hell I was talking about, and point out here that Infinite Mystery is making some serious progress finally, and can't quite say the same for Enemy. He's been on the same stage, dealing with the same boss, and he's getting better at it, but he's still there. So Infinite Mystery is moving on. He's still pretty low on resources, so he's not really in a great way here. But he should be blowing up a lot of blocks here. Backing up to make sure he kills these enemies. Shooting at nothing.
Oh, we got 3 reds on top. Let's see how's he gonna finish this?
Can't shoot that first one.
He's got oh, that was a good pattern, but now he's screwed. Maybe if he'd
Shot
he's still got
upwards
the
again.
armor.
Oh, shoot it.
The armor.
Shoot it. Then shoot down. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I did not realize he still had his armor. That was great. Oh, I bet he's lucky. I bet he's happy that he got so lucky there. I mean, that looked like he was about to die. I think that was, well, I mean, it's skill. He obviously had to practice that boss a lot to even get to that point. But man, that's one where once you get it, you just move on and don't look back.
Right. Except for the boss refight coming up in just a moment. So here we go. First boss, super easy. Almost gets the 2 cycle. Gonna have to track him down on the 3rd side here. Oh, but some well-timed attacks repelling him.
Yeah, progress on both fronts. Our little pseudo race where we're trying to see if one person can beat a different game than the other person before they do is actually heating up here. But he does have this attack upgrade, so this boss should be no problem.
Yeah, he was on some of those later levels for long enough that some of these earlier bosses can feel like, what is this again? Luckily, they're the easier ones. So he's through these first 2. There was this boss that died before we knew what was happening. You just stand there, shoot up. And also, enemy found that strategy first try without any knowledge or research. Just kind of did what came naturally to him. So he takes a death on the 4th boss, I think that was. Wait, did that just say he's on 7-4? Does it start you at that 4th boss? It does. How about that?
Guess he gets to respawn from the middle of the boss rush. That's nice. Oh, shield did not do the job there.
That's an awfully big laser beam.
I am still bombing a lot of blocks. There's a lot of blocks to bomb in this stage.
He's looking good on bomb count.
Yep.
There's a missile for him. So suddenly we have a sprint to the finish of what was looking like it was going to be a total endurance run. Using his missiles here to chew out tons of the level.
Yeah, you got a lot of blocks with that shot.
He has another missile here. He's going to use it. Once he just gets up against that wall, I bet. Oh, he already used it.
Yeah, he shot to the right with it to kill some enemies.
Yep, he's got the raft he needs. Meanwhile, enemies on a new phase of this boss rush.
Oh, this was that tricky boss. That tricky boss, but no, the one we were...
The other tricky boss.
Yeah, the other tricky boss, one we were talking about before, this tricky boss that he just beat.
So Infinite Mystery taking a nap there at the end of the stage. That's going to set him back.
Oh, you can duck that.
Yeah, but I think it can also end up a little lower.
It's tough to tell. It looked like he shouldn't have been able to make it, but he did.
Yeah. Whoop. Almost got away with something there.
Yeah, he's got to do this whole stage again.
Yeah, Infinite Mystery lost a big chunk of time there. Enemy doing his best to deal with stage 5 boss in Berserk mode here. Does manage to jump over those tricky red lasers.
Oh man, he was practically done. He almost had that boss finished. He'll get it though.
Yeah, Poltergust, I really admire the endurance of these guys. But for someone like Infinite Mystery, 15 hours actually not even that bad. He's well known for doing some pretty crazy 20, 30 hour streams, playing like 80 games back to back. And so for some people, it's fun to play things blind. Or maybe, you know, all your friends are doing the speed thing, but you don't have time to practice, so you decide, oh, I'm just going to go in blind. I don't know. There's Darkwing Duck, I believe, 4th place finish. Just off the podium. Had a very strong finish with Rygar that jumped him from 6th to 4th.
Yeah, that's right. During the course of maybe just the second half of Rygar, he managed to pass 2 other people. So that was a pretty heroic ending to his run.
Enemy is once again on the platform, boss.
A little different this time because he has that attack upgrade.
Yeah, does not need to play this jumping game quite as long.
What's his plan here? Is he just trying to shoot a specific one?
I don't know, maybe he's just having fun jumping around. Or maybe some 30 hertz flicker was preventing us from seeing he actually was shooting them
I'm
the whole
wondering
time.
if that's what it was. Yeah, if he was shooting them. Oh, man.
Shoots up and then shoots down. You don't want to shoot down there. You want to shoot up, and then down.
I think he may have been trying to kill the other one before he landed on that last one that he shot.
But he hit a down input before a right input.
Yeah, something like that. I think he was trying to shoot the one on the left, then the one above, and then the one below him, all in the same jump.
Yeah, we wanted to show everyone as they finished the race.
We tried to. We weren't able to just because there was a lot of stuff going on that we couldn't keep track of all at once.
So as a result, everyone's Rygar run got a little bit of spotlight.
Oh, he was waiting for these things to become vulnerable. That's why he wasn't shooting. Ooh, trying to do similar sort of thing. He killed one, then from the last 2, he was trying to drop off the ledge, shoot left, shoot right, and get them both before he touched the ground. But yeah, you have to wait for these little doors on the side to close, or to open rather, before you can shoot them.
Able to
nice
react
try.
to missing that platform.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Jay Coper actually very, almost center frame capturing the tutorial he was looking up mid-race. But it was nice to have that very clear explanation for why he had suddenly stopped gameplay. Better than wandering around getting lost like some other people did. It was
quite a few people lost in Rygar.
Yeah, there was it was slow but very steady progress from Jay Coper. He's got it. So
Yep. Final boss time.
Yep.
I think this is the final boss now, right?
Yes.
It's the big albatross machine. Yep, there it is.
You mean the Pelican?
The Pelican. Yep, we'll call it the Pelican.
So I think you just kind of jump and shoot this thing.
Yeah, I think this is a kind of anticlimactic ending to the game.
So he thought he was going to get skewered by that thing. It was like, wait, that's background? Oh, okay.
It's just background.
Jump and shoot and win.
Yeah, silly final boss fight. But he did it.
He is through Metal Storm. He still has some pretty mean stuff waiting for him.
Got Cryon Conquest next, which is something that really stumped people during this race. A lot of people stuck on Cryon for a while. Then Gremlins 2, one of the harder games on here, but the fact that you have infinite continues means that you will eventually get through there. Zelda 2, let's hope that's a tough one blind. That's a tough one blind, especially because you're doing just a small portion of a game that's meant to be kind of open world. You know, a lot of different orders you can do things in.
Yeah.
So
like,
that would
how do I get into this second palace instead of going to Death Mountain?
Right, there's so many other objectives that he's just would need to be ignoring in this goal that if you're blind, you're maybe not going to know exactly what you need to do. Well, but he probably knows.
He looks like he knows what he's doing with Cryon Conquest as well.
Right.
Funning around on the broom a little bit with the left-right. Does this guy ever stop attacking? What the hell? Just dropping bombs all day.
Yeah, he doesn't. So you have to either take damage or use the ball magic. The bouncy ball magic.
Oh yeah, bounce him up in there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we just made it right through there.
Yeah, Enemy didn't necessarily go in completely blind on every game. He just decided 15 minutes before the race started, yeah, I'll get in on this. So if he has played Cryon Conquest before, that's going to help him out a little bit here. I can't tell if the shimmying on the broom is actually faster, or if he's just having some fun.
My guess is that 15 and a half hours in, he's probably just going to do whatever it takes to get to the end of the level. So he must think that that's benefiting him. I'm not saying that it isn't, but I doubt it's just screwing around.
So you can cross a one-tile wide river, I think, with boots in Robo Warrior.
Right.
But when you get to 2, you need a life raft. So we'll see if he can get one. I don't see any way to get one from this position. Fortunately, this game doesn't let you scroll backwards. So he's going to go for a swim here. Oh, 2-tile with boots. One with no boots. He had boots there, but I don't think the thing he was trying to get to was just on the other side there. But that said, we did agree we would finally end the cast here once one of these players beat the game they were stuck on. An Enemy did beat Metal Storm, and despite moving very quickly through Cryon Conquest and getting pretty late into his run, I think we are finally gonna end it here. But the good news is, just because you can't stay here, you don't have to go home. I flipped it backwards on that one. You can go check out twitch.tv/enemytv. You can keep watching. And you can go cheer him on. He's probably going to want your support. It really helps to have people behind you when you're going this long and this late. You can also see both of them. Or you can go to Enemy TV, and then when he's done, you can go to the other, and go to Infinite Mystery and cheer him on. Cheer them both on. Pick your favorite, cheer them on. Do what you want. I can't stop you.
Yep, and there will be another Big 20 this year. It'll be after ESA is over, so it'll be like late summer, early fall. There's going to be another one. Also, don't forget that on this channel, we have the Best of NES Marathon that happens at the end of October, beginning of November every year. I'm not sure if the dates have been set specifically, but it's going to be around the same time. It's usually around Halloween weekend. And let's see. Yeah, stay tuned. Make sure to follow the channel.
What is it called? The let's all get together and break the record.
Beat the game.
Beat the record. Beat the record.
Beat the record, something like that. Yep. Bad Breaks is going to set up some of those. So yeah, there'll be a lot of events going on here. Other things to note is we do have the SNES Superstars Marathon coming up in 2 weeks, starting not this coming Friday, but the Friday after that, the 11th of March. It's going to be happening on twitch.tv/speedgaming. We've also got a Blaster Master tournament going to be going on right after that marathon is over. So if you like Blaster Master, go ahead and join that. There's still a bunch of Get Yourself Speedrunning tournaments still in progress. That's on Speedruns Live, twitch.tv/speedruns live. And they're doing casts on that almost every day.
Yeah, pretty much.
For Yoshi's Island, Mega Man 2, and Spyro 2. And the Mystery Tournament still in progress. So lots of cool events happening. Go ahead and check out those if you're relatively new to the community. And that's it for me. I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the SNES Superstars Marathon that's happening over at Speed Gaming, twitch.tv/speedgaming. Very similar to the Best of NES Marathon, but it's top runners from Super Nintendo games. We've got 130 games or more. Can't remember if it's 130 exactly, but
more.
It's more, and more. I get to put the and more at the end there, and we're really excited for that. And we're actually going to be working with Bad Breaks. He's going to help us out a little bit. He's got a lot of experience with this kind of thing, so we're the little brother marathon of Best of NES. So you can keep an eye out on twitch.tv/speedgaming for that, and it's also where you can find me and Feasel, where we do we host some tournaments, and we do a little show called Speed Gaming League. That is something I just don't have it in me to start plugging right now, but it's a cool thing. It's kind of similar actually to the Big 20 in that you have to learn games in a limited amount of time. But you're right. It's been a long day. So this is it for Feasel and I. You've got all the links in chat.
Yep. Don't forget that Tiny 10 right there. There's the Tiny 10 portable.
Oh yeah. Captain Duck
marathon.
Actually is. We're happy to plug the Tiny 10.
Mm-hmm.
Those are Game Boy games, very similar to the Master 15 that we were happy to help host. So.
For Sega Master System, yep, and this one's Game Boy, so check that out too.
All right, links in chat. Runners still running. Cheer them on, wish them the best, or go to sleep. I'm gonna go with option number 2, but you guys are free to choose. And with that, this is the Best of NES signing off.
Bye-bye.